build wealth and take control of their money. But we also know there are more questions than we have time for on the show. That's why we built Ask Ramsey. It's a free tool on our website that gives you the same kind of guidance that you would hear right here on the show. Built on Ramsey principles anytime you need it. You ask your money question and get an answer for your situation, so you know what to do next. You do not have to wait for a segment or hope we cover a similar question on the air. Ask Ramsey is there to give you clarity when you need it most. It is fast, simple, and free to use. Visit our website to check it out. Go to RamseySolutions.com and ask your question today. RamseySolutions.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Arizona Public Service Company is shelling out a $7 million settlement following a consumer fraud investigation by the Arizona Attorney General's office. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us now live from the News Center to tell us more about this. Technical problem there. We will pick up Heidi in just a moment. Let's move on to
Eyes on Education.
A semiconductor clean room is kept sterile to be sure chips are built in a clean environment. Well, now Arizona K-12 students will have the opportunity to work in one. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us now live with what this clean room does for students.
Yeah, Becky, Trade School West Mech opened the first semiconductor clean room open to elementary and high school students in the country, working with local semiconductor companies like TSMC to teach students how to build a chip. Julie Rodriguez, Director of Program Research and Development at West Mech, says when younger students enter the clean room, the curriculum may have to be adjusted.
Taking like paper towels, wiping it down, putting that underneath like a microscope, looking at the lint, and then identifying why we have to have a clean room, why it's so important.
The clean room will also be open to parents and teachers for opportunities to learn more about the semiconductor industry. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And now let's go back to the KTAR newsroom and find out about APS's consumer fraud investigation and $7 million settlement.
Yeah, Becky, APS customer Kate Corman had her power disconnected for non-payment in May 2024 when it was 99 degrees out. She was found dead in her home a week later.
APS will no longer disconnect power based on the date on the calendar alone. If temperatures are dangerous, the power stays on.
Attorney General Chris May says as a result of the settlement, APS will not turn the power off if it's 95 degrees or hotter. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
ADOT reaching the halfway mark on the US 60 Queen Creek Bridge project. ADOT's Garen Groff says crews are completing extensive blasting and earthwork to make room for the new bridge across Queen Creek east of the valley.
We need to put a new bridge right next to the existing bridge, which means we need to blast through some of the rocky terrain in the area to shift the roadway to meet where the bridge will go.
Goff adds that work is complete on 3 of 4 concrete piers for this new bridge, and he says construction will continue through 2028 with weekly closures on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. You can check az511.gov for all the planned closures and the detours. A blow today to Live Nation and Ticketmaster in court. A jury in New York found the company was monopolizing the ticket and concert industry and making it harder for competitors to enter the market. Here's more from ABC's Perry Russum.
Live Nation owns, operates, and controls the booking for hundreds of venues, and then Ticketmaster is the group that sells tickets for the events. Live Nation was accused of crushing its competition by blocking venues from using other ticket sellers. Live Nation argued in court they are not a monopoly, saying the different performers and venues decide the prices, not them. But then last month, Live Nation and the federal government struck a deal, a surprise deal, that required the company to admit wrongdoing.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly has made Time Magazine's list of the 100 most influential people of 2026. In placing Kelly on the list, the magazine cites his strong opposition to President Trump, as well as discussion of him as a presidential candidate in 2028. Checking on traffic now as we go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We do have one crash involving a motorcycle. This is at 87th Avenue and Bell Road in Peoria. And then there's another one in Buckeye. This is at Windmill Village Boulevard and Yuma Road. Take care out there. Traffic brought to you by AMWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Weather-wise, sunny and 86 today, 60 overnight for the low, 89 tomorrow, and then the mid-80s on Friday. Right now, we are looking at 82 degrees in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed, #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 1.
Oh, a lot of people will tell you. Hour number 1, the best of the hours.
Hey, coming up in hour number 4, it is Wednesday, so at 5 o'clock we bring you the highly anticipated, must-listen to, must-see on YouTube.
Must-see radio.
The Face-Off.
Yeah.
Our panel will be here. We talk politics for an hour, and we'll see if Trump dressed as Jesus today.
Good news, bad news.
Well, we'll get to it later.
We'll get to that later. We know now that speed cameras are back in the city of Phoenix, and we've had them in some other cities and other areas, if you will, but they are certainly back. And you can now, after a trial period?
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you got a ticket or, you would have gotten a warning, you don't have to pay a fine.
Right.
There
they
was
were just
a grace period.
Grace period. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm here.
But if you now get one of these tickets in the mail.
Yeah.
Can you just ignore it?
It's a great point. So you remember if you were here years ago when Governor Janet Napolitano told us that she was going to keep us safe by putting traffic cameras on the highways.
I remember.
And of course, it wasn't to keep us safe.
Ooh.
Of course, it was a money grab.
It's about money.
And, you had you'd see a sign coming up in a certain amount of
like on I-10, on the 51.
Coming up, in 1 mile, speed camera.
Speed cameras.
And so you would slow down. And hopefully you would slow down.
One of my favorite things was right where the cameras were.
Yeah.
Like I remember specifically on I-10.
Okay.
Parallel to the airport. Mm-hmm. Black marks from people standing on the brakes when they came up to the camera.
Right.
Like not realizing to the last minute, oh my God.
And I think Jan Brewer got rid of them, if I remember correctly. But
greatest thing she ever did.
Yeah, the speed cameras left. That was a while ago. But now there are 17 back in the city of Phoenix.
Okay. So do you have to pay? So the way this works is, I won't get into all the details, but you get a picture taken of you speeding.
Smile.
There's a vendor. There's a company that runs these things. They caught you red-handed. They send it over to Phoenix Police. Phoenix Police verifies that is a human being driving the car. They check the license plate, this, that, and the other. And then the vendor mails you a ticket. Here you go. You got 2 options. Now, first off, how about this? They have 60 days from the time the infraction occurred to the time they send you the ticket. That has to happen within 60 days.
All right.
There's another time that starts. Once the citation is filed, okay, the city has 90 days to formally serve the driver with a citation if they don't pay or they don't show up for their court date.
So serving a driver means what? Showing up at your house?
Legally deliver it in a way that makes the case enforceable. Handing it to you in person.
Yeah.
Are you Gatos? Yes. You've been served.
Okay.
Here's your ticket.
Okay.
Yes.
And if they don't?
At the end of 90 days, dismissed.
Dismissed.
Yeah. If they can't serve you.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talked about, with Janet Napolitano. How are you forced to pay the ticket? You had to be handed the ticket. And so at that point, people were like, okay, they're all over the valley. A lot of people are getting, the picture taken and they're getting the ticket. And the old excuse was, hey, just don't open your front door if it rings.
Because the way it works is
don't do it.
A process server could deliver the citation directly to a driver.
Right.
Leave it with another adult that lives at the driver's home. If those efforts fail,
okay,
they can post a notice or mail a copy, but a judge may not allow that as a legal serving of it.
So here's the deal. I'm not going to pay the ticket. Like, if you mailed it to me, I'm just going to wait for you to dismiss it in 3 months. Right?
Yeah, because
that's all I have to do.
I don't know if you know this or not. By the way, shout out to our friends that are postal employees who are listening right now delivering the mail. This is not on you guys. The mail is notorious for losing mail. You might have sent me the ticket. Like back in the day when Napolitano was our... You remember that? I was living here. They may have sent me tickets.
Maybe. They landed in the trash.
They can't prove I ever got any of them.
That's why you needed to be served.
I never acknowledge receipt of a ticket. Am I using the right legal words right now?
Yeah.
Let me just make sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what the statute of limitations is on this.
Well, you said 90 days now, so I think you're safe.
Yes. So there is basically a legal mechanism that this can't hang over your head forever. You either respond to the ticket. That's what they try to get you to do. Call right now. Schedule your thing. Fight this in court. Pay
Mail
this.
in your check.
Mail in your check. And if you do any of those, you got it. So you admit you got it. If you just ignore it, it goes back on them to prove you got it.
Yeah.
And it's 90 days from, you said, when it's filed.
Filed with the state or the city.
Okay. So that could be
It
even
could be
before...
up to 60 days after the infraction. But when you get a ticket in the mail, it'll say what day it was filed.
Okay.
I mean, if you were to ever get the ticket in the mail, because the post office could lose it.
Probably would never see that and not know.
There are points here.
2 points. You got 17 total cameras, and a lot of them are in school zones. If you are speeding in a school zone, you definitely deserve a ticket.
I don't disagree.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
You deserve a ticket. Shame on you. Listen, we all go fast on the highway. I get it. If you're in a school zone and it says 15, I don't care if you're doing 30. That's too much. That's double what it is. Right. Some people just blow right through there. I've seen it. Shame on you. That's number one. Number two, really, the bigger problem is that we have a shortage of police officers. I mean, this is what we're talking about. In terms of traffic...
Well, or the police officer working on, argue more serious stuff,
like
right?
Traffic officers... Like, from what my research says, we used to have 150, and now we have 28.
I can tell you
the cameras are replacing human enforcement.
Yes, 100%.
So do you want technology replacing police in everyday enforcement? I don't. I want police officers out there. I want them working. I want people to have a job. I want them to be employed. I don't think we should have cameras everywhere checking on how fast we're going.
A little Big Brother-ish.
It is a little Big Brother-ish. So, if you're caught in a school zone, I'll put it this way. If I drive in a school zone, I was telling you, if 90 days went, I wouldn't pay. Like, if 90 days off the clock and, okay, I'm not going to pay. If I'm in a school zone, I should pay that ticket. Seriously.
You should own up to that.
You should own up to that. You made a mistake.
Right.
But if school zones are the biggest, focus, I'm fine with that.
But that's not where these cameras
are going
are spread
11
around.
miles per hour,
11 over,
and that's that's about it.
I never got the ticket.
I'm going to let the 90 days go, and I'm
Your
not
Honor,
paying it.
Never saw it.
Because you want to pull me over and give me a ticket? Be happy to pay it.
Post office is notorious for losing mail. I'm off, Your Honor. I'm just as shocked as you are. Let me start by saying that.
Yeah. And by
I'm disappointed.
The way, they have to, as you said, they have to serve you.
They have to prove you got it. You don't have to prove you didn't get it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're like, well, we mailed it to you. I didn't get it. They have to prove you got it.
Remember, you could be in the front yard doing something, and they could stop by.
Absolutely.
They'll hand it to you.
Good reason not to be in your front yard.
Good reason not to be in your front yard.
And
exactly
never
right.
answer your door.
Well, that's the other thing. So the honest question here is this. Does anyone answer their door?
No.
Because I'm just saying this, like, if my doorbell rings,
ding dong,
I don't know who you are, and I I'm not going to ignore it a lot, but here's the thing. A lot of people say if you ignore the doorbell, it could be someone who's there to case the place, and they think that you're not there.
What if somebody's standing there with a bouquet of flowers? You think
leave it on the front door.
You open the door.
You can leave it at the front. But
then you've said.
Right. Okay. I got this.
They're gonna trick you.
Wait.
Process servers.
Everybody's got a Ring doorbell.
Yeah.
Are you served if I talk to you through the Ring doorbell?
There's an interesting question to that.
I said we need to find that out.
Right.
We need a good lawyer.
Yeah, if they say,
okay, let's find that out.
I bet we know one.
All right, let's get Sweet James on the line.
Let's do it.
I was thinking Barry Markson, but Sweet James is good.
Are you served?
Because I've done that. You saw me do it.
Yeah. Hey, who are you? I want to know who you are.
I had a FedEx delivery that required a signature.
Oh, that's right. And you gave him a verbal signature,
and I said, Can I give it to you over the thingy here? And he goes, okay. He goes, we're not supposed to. I go, I give you permission, do it, take a picture, set it down. It's on me now.
So are you officially served if you remotely talk to the person at your doorbell?
What is the impact of technology on this?
Right. Because we didn't have that.
No, we didn't.
Well, because the flip side doesn't work. It's not like they can call you and go, you're served. No, they have to serve you physically.
That's the other. Do they have to hand it to you
physically?
Hand it to you.
Because I'm thinking if you just talk to them through the doorbell and they go, I got this ticket for you and I'm laying it right here on the chair that's outside your door.
I'm not even in the state. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't live here. Oh, God, no. I'm in Bulgaria right now. I can tell you, it's the middle of the damn night. What are you doing at my door?
So why don't we find this out? We'll bring that to you in the 3 o'clock hour. Can you be officially served with one of these new tickets if you have your Ring doorbell camera and you speak remotely through it?
I don't know if they're legal authority, but I did get a text that said a Ring doorbell conversation counts as being served. We're going to have to double check. I don't like that answer.
Yeah.
So we're going to double check, and I might not ever answer my Ring doorbell again now that there are.
Listen, I'm here to get you out of a ticket.
I'm all about it. Don't worry. But can I just put it this way? Under the Honorable Miss Politano, Governor.
Yes. You got 8 tickets.
I don't remember the total number. Again, hold on.
8?
I know a guy that got a lot of them.
Yeah.
They wasted more money on postage than they ever got back from any ticket.
Funny.
And possible process servers.
But he didn't really get them. They blew away. They or never got delivered.
People steal things out of mailboxes all the time. And I get those tickets, hot commodity.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people want them.
I think you put it up on your refrigerator.
Absolutely.
Someone else's ticket.
Looks nice picture, possibly.
Right.
Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And coming up next, happy tax day for those that celebrate. Are you paying more than your fair share in taxes? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time. Because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
KTAR News Flash.
2:17, I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. President Trump has been signaling that the U.S. policy in Iran and with the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz has been working. CENTCOM says the blockade is now fully implemented and that no vessel has been able to navigate the strait from Iranian ports. Iran says it's still blocking certain ships in the strait and has threatened to block oil tankers in and out of the Red Sea. That has sent oil and gas prices higher, and economists warn the global energy markets could take an even greater hit the longer this conflict goes on. At the White House, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent echoes the president's optimism and says lower gas will hit pumps this summer.
President Trump said this morning that he thinks we're nearing the end. The U.S. kept their side on the ceasefire. We've stopped firing. The Straits of Hormuz have not been completely reopened, so we will see. And I'm optimistic that during the summer we will see gas with a 3 in front of it sooner rather than later.
All of our top stories, just 15. Yes.
Did he say the Straits of Vermouth? Because he did not say the Strait of Hormuz.
Do you want me to play it again?
Yeah.
President Trump said this morning that he thinks we're nearing the end. The U.S. kept their side on the ceasefire. We've stopped firing. The Straits of Hormuz have not been
Straits of Vermouth. He definitely said
reopened.
Straits of Vermouth.
So we will.
Okay, that's all we need.
100%. I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
I'm not sure he does either.
Yeah.
Maybe had a little bit of that. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We are looking for 86 for a high temp today and then 89 tomorrow. Right now it's 83 in Tempe. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp on Arizona's Morning News Thursday. What the FBI is doing in Arizona to help solve Indian country cold cases and why so many Native American women vanish. Join LaDonna Harvey and me from 5 to 8 a.m. on KTAR's YouTube channel or in your car on 92.3 FM.
Hey, you want to see the Diamondbacks take on the Blue Jays April 18th? We got your free tickets. Just text KTEL. Should I explain to
Good luck with that.
Yeah, K-E-T. I was going to say, even 4-letter words are tough for some of you. KETEL. Text KTEL to 620-620 for your chance to win yourself some tickets. And first 20,000 fans are going to get a KTEL Marte t-shirt. Look at them apples.
So vermouth is a red or white wine flavored with herbs, and it's made in France.
I knew it was booze, but I didn't know that much about it.
Oh, you didn't know vermouth was booze? It's
No, I
used in
knew it was
cocktails.
booze. That's it. I just thought vermouth was booze of some sort.
Doesn't it go in martinis or something? Don't you?
How delicious.
Is it you put vermouth in there?
I think you do.
Is that how you make a dry martini?
Maybe.
It is.
Because I heard a joke once that said, "I want you to pour." Is what goes in a martini? Is it gin?
Gin or vodka?
You could use gin or vodka.
I want
I think a little vermouth.
A glass of gin, and I want you to whisper vermouth across the top.
There you go.
There you go.
It is a fortified wine with an alcohol by volume typically between 15% and 22%.
Will that get you liquored up quick?
Which is higher than standard wine. That's 11 to 13.
Okay.
I got to start getting me some vermouth.
Apparently. And the Straits of Vermouth has got a lot of it, I'm led to believe.
There's a whole Strait of Vermouth.
I love the Straits.
Wow.
I think he even said Straits. Straits
of Vermouth. Oh, no, completely butchered
Who was that genius once again in the Trump administration?
It's the Treasury Secretary.
He's dope.
Yeah. Not the sharpest tool in the shed.
No.
So happy tax day to those that celebrate. This is the day that the government once again steals some of your income and wastes it on a variety of things that very few of us want or care about. That's how it works.
Like war.
The wars, yeah, for example. Never-ending Middle Eastern wars.
Yeah.
It would be a good one. I can't imagine how much each and every one of us, what our cut is for how much we've paid for nonsensical Middle Eastern wars that have accomplished almost nothing. But a new study from the people that do studies is hilarious. Because I didn't know you needed to do a study to figure this out. Are you ready?
Yeah.
60% of you say you pay more than your fair share in taxes. Mm-hmm. That's right. You pay too much. But you know who doesn't pay too much? Those people.
Who are the other people?
The other ones. They should be paying more.
Just like people?
60% think they are 40, paying too much, and they think the others aren't paying enough. Again, it's not for me, but for thee. What is it? You know, it's you people should be paying more. Me? Oh, God, no, I pay too much. Does anybody think they pay too little in taxes? Is there anybody out there like,
yes,
really?
Yeah. If you're a super lefty.
You pay too little?
Yeah, you think you pay too little, and then I would say, go ahead.
You can always pay. You can always overpay the IRS.
Can pay mine.
They will accept overpayment. You can just say, I'd like to make a donation to the federal government.
It really is amazing when you look at, because we got our taxes done, and it's amazing how much money is taken out because of taxes.
Oh, yeah.
And then you look around and we can't fund anything. Like, it's crazy.
Well, it's called deficit spending, for God's sakes. I mean, it doesn't matter how much revenue the U.S. government generates from taxes, for example. They always manage to spend more.
spend more on frivolous things.
Yeah, on stupid stuff.
Right. I mean, we have billions and billions of dollars of our tax money going to this war with Iran, which is just insane.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And if we had taken some of that tax money and put it into the United States, which I thought Trump was going to be an America first president, obviously America last president, you know, I think we'd be a lot better. The billions of dollars going over there and bombing people. Okay. Well.
But what a shock. People obviously think that rich people and corporations don't pay their fair share. I've got arguments for both of those. First off, I don't like the graduated tax rate. I think we should have a flat tax rate. I think everybody should be in it the same. I don't care if the number's 5%, 10%, 15%, whatever it is. Everybody has the same skin in the game, right? I don't like the idea of punishing success. The more money you make, the more of yours we're going to take from you. That's punishing success.
I don't like that either.
And corporations, I'll just remind you, when you tax corporations, they just build that into the cost and the price of the goods or services that you're going to end up paying. So we pay for corporate tax. Corporations don't pay for corporate tax.
Yeah. A lot of corporations find loopholes and pay less. You know what?
Or nothing.
Good for you.
Yeah.
If there's a loophole and it's legal, why wouldn't you do it?
I take advantage of every
Of course you
single loophole
do.
there is known to man.
Of course you do.
I tell my the wonderful people that do the team, by the way, that does my taxes, I'm willing to go as far as the IRS lobby. Like I'm willing to we can go all the way there and have a seat. Like that's as far as I'm willing to go.
You roll the dice.
I'll go right to the lobby.
Yeah,
but
I don't want to.
But I don't want to go into the office itself. But we'll go up to the lobby and we'll cut,
that lobby sometimes
cut a deal.
leads to the office.
It could. I'm willing to roll it.
All right.
Coming up next, yesterday we had an amazing conversation with an amazing man. The guy who parked his plane right on the corner of 7th and Missouri on Sunday. If you missed any of it, you got to hear an amazing story. Up next, Captain Mike joins us, outspoken on KTAR.
War with Iran.
Trump criticizing NATO allies for not helping with the war effort as he looks increasingly isolated. Another of his key allies, Viktor Orban of Hungary, who was close with Vladimir Putin, now voted out of office. Some voters saying it's a return to democratic values. And the Lebanese and Israeli governments holding the first direct talks in decades in Washington. Both agreeing to more talks.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
You know, some folks are leaving their health up to AI, or a chatbot. Don't do that. When it comes to weight loss, trust the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. So if you're ready to lose weight, we've got summer on the way. I got a great deal for you. All right. Red Mountain Weight Loss, they will waive the startup fee on every single program they have when you mention Gatos. Every single program. They've got programs starting as low as $149. It's never been more affordable. So let's go through the programs that you could start for free. How about GLP-1 medications? The nectar of the gods. I mean, people are losing weight on this incredible medication, GLP-1s. Go to Red Mountain. How about their patented medication, RM3? Fastest way to lose weight? Well, you can start for free there, too. Their support does not stop once you lose the weight. They provide ongoing maintenance plans to help you stay on track so you don't gain the weight back. 30 years experience, Red Mountain Weight Loss, over 1 million people served. Go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free on every program when you mention Gatos.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
There's a lot we don't fully understand about long COVID, like its impact on the brain, but you could help change that. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 30 and 89 for a research study. If you've had COVID-19 with or without cognitive symptoms, or you've been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease regardless of COVID infection history, you may qualify for this study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, Text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is Patricia Valencia. Every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take just 2 seconds today to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Visit Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And remember, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
KTAR News now.
2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Anything other than 95 degrees is dangerous and can kill people.
APS will no longer disconnect service for non-payment if it's 95 degrees or hotter. The state's largest electricity utility will pay a $7 million settlement over allegations it violated the Arizona Consumer Fraud Act. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays says a woman died in May of 2024 after APS turned off her service when it was 99 degrees outside. $800,000 of the settlement will be used for bill credits to eligible customers who are facing service termination. Governor Hobbs says she won't sign any more bills until Republicans can show they're serious about budget negotiations. And now we're hearing more about how state legislators are taking that news.
Strong-arm tactics. That's how State Senate President Warren Peterson describes Hobbs' decision, something he tells Arizona's Morning News he's never seen during his tenure at the Capitol.
What happened was we were negotiating with her. She wanted something. It was unrealistic. She basically wanted us to balance the budget off of Prop 123, something that would have to pass later. We said that was irresponsible. She threw a temper tantrum and walked away from budget negotiations.
While the move surprised Peterson, he doesn't think it will impact business much. He says most of the work's already been done for this session, and he believes the two sides are close to an agreement. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
A one-time Arizona Independent Party candidate for governor will remain on the ballot. A Maricopa County judge has cleared the way for Hugh Little to continue his campaign. Little's candidacy was thrown into some question after a court ruled the name change from No Labels to Arizona Independent Party should not have been allowed to happen. Let's check traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near Yorkshire Drive. Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 again northbound, this time near Bell Road. Mesa with a crash blocking the HOV lane. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Higley Road. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We are expecting a high temp today of about 86 degrees, then 60 overnight, and partly cloudy skies tomorrow with a high of 89 degrees. Right now it's 85 in Buckeye. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Head of the Fiesta Sports Foundation, Eric Moses, with a big event he's going to announce on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can listen on air, online, or on the app.
So yesterday, I say we had the pleasure to be in the presence of a pretty extraordinary man, Captain Mike Tragers. And Captain Mike, if you don't know the name, is the guy who landed a plane on 7th Street.
In Missouri.
Didn't run the light, by the way.
Nope.
And him and 2 passengers walked away after they lost the engine in mid-flight.
So we spoke to him yesterday. Let's play a couple minutes.
Okay.
Because it was so interesting and he was so entertaining. And it's
and by the way,
oh my gosh, he
professional
landed in
and
the
calm.
middle of the road.
Mm-hmm.
All right, take a listen.
How many engines are on this plane?
Just one.
Just the one.
Obviously, just one.
Oh, fair enough. I wanted to get that straight.
Obviously, just one.
We had the one engine to deal with.
We had the one engine.
Okay.
All right. So we started to get a little experience, some indications, and of course, right away it went into the procedures to try and control the propeller.
Sure.
Find out if that was actually the problem.
The people that were in the back, did you tell them what was going on, or did you keep it to yourself for a little while?
Oh, no.
You let them know.
They were both pilots.
Oh, both pilots?
Both
I get
pilots.
It. Okay. All right. We're talking to Captain Mike. You notice something's going bad. You've been flying for decades.
Yep.
What's the pucker factor? I like to call it the pucker factor.
On the 1 to 10.
Scale 1 to 10. Where are the butt cheeks right there when you're up in the air? Where are we right now?
I'd like to tell you that it was a high 10, and it was just
but it wasn't.
No.
You were calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, after.
But your job is when it goes wrong.
That's the job.
The training kicks in.
Exactly. Muscle memory kicks in, and so you start the procedures.
What's the first procedure?
First procedure was to evaluate what was happening and try and determine exactly what the problem was.
My first procedure would have been to fill my shorts.
Okay, that's why you're not a pilot, by the way.
Right. Well, once we determined, actually, remember, this whole incident was 2 minutes and 10 seconds. From the beginning to touchdown.
From we have a problem to we're landing on 7th Street.
Yes, exactly. 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay.
Probably 20 seconds of that started this whole process. Once I determined there was a problem, I thought to divert to Sky Harbor.
Sure.
So I reached down to cycle the frequency to Sky Harbor and declare the emergency. Maybe we could get there. Maybe we could fly there.
Okay.
No
chance. My backseater, Hanan, he says, Mike, I think there's some smoke coming out the back of on the left-hand side of the aircraft. And I look back there, and sure enough, we're I don't think we're on fire, but we're smoking.
We're close.
So pucker factor there or no?
No, not yet. I got to tell you, pucker factors just don't help the situation.
No, they don't.
It's not going to make you a better pilot.
You know, and they breed it out of you, so that you can maintain your situational awareness.
Makes sense.
All right, Captain Mike landed a plane on 7th Street in Missouri. How did you know where to put the plane down?
Well, it actually is not as difficult as you might think. I was in that right-hand turn to go south.
Okay.
To head for Sky Harbor, and basically. There was no control of anything. We had actually lost the engine at that point.
And so you're gliding.
Wow. We are now. We have no power. Everything's full forward. Bumps are on, and we cannot recover the engine. So right then, at that moment, it was find a place to land.
All right, Mike Tragers, the captain. Had 2 buddies on the plane with him.
Yeah.
A 1-engine plane. The engine went out. Got to figure out how to put the bird down on the ground.
So to speak. So apparently, I didn't know this. I mentioned a couple of pilot friends to Captain Mike Traegers.
Yeah.
And they, by the way, love him, as you can imagine. And here was my favorite thing. Do you remember when Sully landed
Hudson
in the
River.
Hudson? What do we call that? Miracle on the Hudson. He says, we've all dubbed this event the Miracle on the Sidewalk.
It's great. It's amazing,
I love
right?
it. But
So-
you couldn't just let that go. So we were done with the interview. We're going to let Captain Mike leave. He's done a great job. We had fun.
Had an ulterior motive.
The whole time.
The entire time. And so the interview was ready to end.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, this is a guy who's been with like America West, right?
U.S. Air, American Airlines.
Yeah, he's flown all
30
these
years.
Yeah. I had to ask him if he ever saw a UFO.
Oh, God.
I didn't tell you I was going to do that.
Well, we didn't know what he would say.
Well, I like taking the interviews hard right turn.
Okay.
All right. So here is Captain Mike and on if he had ever seen a UFO out of thousands and thousands of flights.
There I was at 36,000 feet, and I'm looking out, and there is definitely an object out there.
There's a thing
out there. I don't know what it is.
Sure.
And I'm talking to my FO, and I'm going, should we tell them? Should we ask?
Like call in, like
because they may take us away when we get to Boston. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. And so I say, well, you know what? We will. Let's just ask them if they see it on radar.
Right.
So there's this whole conversation that goes on for 10 minutes, and we're talking to the air traffic guy. Hey, you see that thing out there? Well, no, they don't see it. But I'm not sure that that's true.
So do you see it on radar, or do you see it with your naked eye?
No, we see a light or some object. We see something that's not that he's
supposed
either
to be there.
Following us or tracking us.
Do you have radar on the plane, though?
We have radar, but our radar is weather radar.
Got it.
For the most part.
So it wouldn't necessarily pick something like that up.
No, it wouldn't pick up another aircraft. Now, today we have ADSB.
Right.
So if that aircraft that was over there, we would see their target.
Right.
And
that's to prevent planes from running into each other,
that's
right?
That's the new airspace separation tool.
And all your pilot friends, they've seen stuff too.
Yeah.
It's crazy,
Do
right?
you guys sit around and tell UFO stories?
Well, I got to say that there's been a few overnights at the hotel after perhaps the pool and a little food. That we're telling, hey, we saw it and we're telling you, but we're not telling anybody else.
Well, because when you hear commercial pilots, we've heard Air Force, naval aviators. Like, well, what's in it for them to come up and lie about this,
True. I mean, all we're doing is asking, do you see it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's something out there. We see something.
But air traffic, the ground control said we don't see anything on radar.
Well, now the air traffic control's got a different radar.
Okay.
They have a radar that actually radiates and receives, so they can see those things sometimes. I mean, you got to have that magic technology that comes from the space and everything, and they're invisible. They have the shields up.
Did you ever think of flying towards it?
No.
The man is a professional.
I know.
He's got a plane full of passengers, for goodness sakes. He's not going to go chase
I got
UFOs.
190 people in the back. I think they might not like to go for that ride.
Let's get a little closer. Captain Mike landed a plane on 7th Street, Missouri, and yes, he's seen a UFO.
And if that wasn't crazy enough.
Must say, I was driving home last night, and I saw a UFO.
Oh, really?
I'm not kidding you. I don't know what it was over the 51. It was this black object.
Gatos.
I'm not kidding, man. I saw it.
You're starting to sound like one of these people. Like if you stare at the sky long enough, you'll see something.
Maybe. I didn't know what it was.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it was a weird shape kind of thing. They're out there.
They're out there.
What did Mulder always say on the X-Files? I want to believe.
I want to believe.
Yeah.
If you missed any of our interview with Captain Mike, you can go back and watch it on the YouTube channel, on our podcast.
He might get a weekly segment on the show.
Amazing. He's going to be our new aviation expert at this rate. I mean, how many other people have landed on 7th Street? Exactly.
No one.
He's the one.
Remember he said he almost went for pizza right after he landed?
Miracle on the sidewalk. Miracle on the sidewalk. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And there's only one way to make sure AI doesn't replace you in the workplace, and you're probably not going to like it. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, I want you to call my friends at Aria Dental Implant Center and talk to Dr. Joe. He's an implant expert, and he knows that you have painful teeth, you have missing teeth, you have broken teeth, and you finally want to do something about it. Well, you go to Aria, and Dr. Joe gives you a new set of teeth. It's incredible. It's incredible. Dr. Joe's treated thousands of full mouth patients, placed more than 20,000 implants, and he is your guy. Now, let's talk about the price. A lot of people say, well, I'll never be able to afford it. You can afford this at Aria. Maybe not at other places, but at Aria. Why can you afford it at Aria? Because they're locally owned. All right? They're not corporate. They don't have this massive overhead. You will get the same procedure at Aria that you'd get at like a corporate joint, and you'll save $21,000. All right? Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com today.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
KTAR News Flash.
2:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The mayor of Surprise is sharing a major update to the planned ICE detention center that's coming to his city. Mayor Kevin Sarter tells the Mike Broomhead Show the facility likely won't open for a while.
When we went down there a few weeks ago, they were talking about opening it up sooner rather than later, but I think with the reviews that they're doing all the contracts, I think it's going to get pushed to the right further. I would say at least to the start of the fiscal year, federal fiscal year, October 1st, if not later.
While Sarter says there's nothing he'd be able to do to stop the federal government from opening the facility, he's been pleased with the communication between them and the city. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We're expecting our high today to hit 86 degrees, 60 for the overnight low with clear skies, and then partly cloudy on Thursday. On the high temp around 89, and it's 85 right now in Avondale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Folks, your home is probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. And when you're putting money into improvements, you don't hire the cheapest guy. You hire the right one. That's why I trust Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. These are my kind of people. They show up, tell the truth, and do the job right the first time. If you're ready for a whole home remodel or to finally tackle that kitchen or bathroom you've been dreaming about, Trevec has you covered. Their designers listen, they communicate, and they treat your home like it matters, because it does. And yes, they handle roofing too. I love companies that operate with integrity, and Trevec is one of them. Find Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at Trevec.com. That's Travek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, together, building dreams for 25 years.
The next remodeling seminar will be Tuesday, April 21st.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, Joe Huizenga. Remember that plan Tempe had to take care of feeding the homeless that irked people and led to a bunch of city council meetings? Phoenix has decided it's a great idea, too. Find out how it's going tomorrow on Arizona's Evening News at 6 on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can also listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. We're on from 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. Thank you for spending a little time with us. In Gatos, I have what can only be described as bad news for you.
Bring it.
According to experts, AI is taking over, as we've heard.
I like AI.
Yeah. Taking over. But there is something that goes on in your workplace that might actually keep AI from stealing your job. And the bad news is you avoid it like the plague. Meetings. Meetings.
Yeah, I don't like meetings. I've never liked meetings. I love how these suits like to say, why don't we sit down and chat about what's going on?
Put in an email.
Yeah.
Right?
Like if you have to talk to me and it's something important, you don't have to schedule it. Just come into the office and talk to me about it.
The argument behind
Let's
this
meet
is
every week. Why don't we chat every week? How about every 6 shows? Why don't we get together? No, thank you.
Face-to-face, human interaction inside an organization appears, it gives you an inflated sense of importance inside the building as opposed to the person that hides in the cubicle. At least they see you face-to-face. At least there is genuine communication. And I think it's for a while, there was a certain out of sight, out of mind. Like, if you could fly below the radar, if they can't find you, they can't fire you, right? And I think AI is kind of flipping that around a little bit, saying, if we can't find you, we don't need you.
I found that sometimes when you get face-to-face, it's certainly a good thing. You could work out a sales deal. You can kick ideas around.
Mm-hmm. And those things happen.
Yeah. I think that sometimes
it's something AI can't do, right?
Right, but I think sometimes it happens outside of meetings. I think when you bump into somebody in the office place and you start up a conversation and you start throwing a few ideas around, I think that's more organic, and that's what I like to do. I don't like to be sat down and have a meeting unless it's absolutely 100% necessary.
Well, it strikes me as a bit of a, what do you want to call it, a backlash to all of the electronic communication and the video calls and things like that. You know, all these things that got us away from actually being face-to-face with people. Mm-hmm. What's old is new again, you know, and it's come back full circle. And a lot of these business experts are saying actually being in meetings, being face-to-face, participating around your peers and your bosses is your best way to keep from getting replaced by AI.
Yeah.
Bad news.
I mean, we have seen AI take over a pretty decent percentage of jobs in the country so far.
I saw some recent statistics that it's about 16 to 20,000 jobs per month around the country are going away and being replaced by AI.
Yeah. Well, what do you use AI for? What do you
I
use
use ChatGPT. I ask it stupid questions, but I don't use it regularly.
Okay. I mean, like, my wife and I want to get our pool remodeled.
Oh, my God. That was amazing.
Yeah. Oh, I showed it to you.
You showed me the picture. Tell us the story. Sorry.
So there's like, this is like artificial intelligence. It's so amazing. So I took a picture of this like waterfall that we have, and it's older and all that. We got to get rid of it.
It's a water feature.
We
call them, yes.
Took a picture of it.
Yeah.
Then I asked AI, give me 3, spectacular, kind of cool. And I put a few things. Maybe there's some fire. You know what I mean? Maybe there's a waterfall. I'm serious. Add fire. And so ChatGPT sent me 3 pictures, and I look at this and I go, that is exactly what I want.
Yeah.
Like I told it what I wanted, but I didn't know what it would look like.
Right.
And I said, it's got to fit a certain area with the...
Well, you gave it the picture. You gave it like the picture of your backyard so it knew what to fit,
it
right?
Went off the picture of what I want to replace, and it made it so much better and way more expensive. But the point is, like, in terms of how AI can help you on a daily basis, it could take care of all your emails for you, right? If Bruce doesn't know what he's talking about coming up at 3 o'clock, he'd go to ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want me to say? But for my pool...
It's pretty amazing what it did.
It is unbelievable. Now I just need to find somebody to do it.
There you go.
Join our
partners at Arizona Talks tomorrow at 6 for the intelligence question. A live conversation on AI work in the public good. You can reserve your spot right now. Go to the contest page at KTAR.com. Up next, why are more and more companies pushing moms out of the workplace? We're talking about it on the way. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. If you are serious about losing weight, now is the perfect time. This month at Red Mountain Weight Loss, they will waive your startup fee on any of their programs. With plans starting as low as $149 per month, you can't afford to miss it. Lose up to 20 pounds this time next month for as low as $149. Get started with GLP-1 medication. Try RM3, the patented medication for people who want to lose weight even faster. Book your video appointment at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi here, the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do? You
test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several
several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
For 42 years, Dolphin Pools has delivered affordable luxury, the kind of backyard paradise that turns every day into a vacation. And now, with our brand new surprise showroom, it's easier than ever to bring your dream to life. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's #1 rated pool builder on Google and Yelp, and we're Google guaranteed. Buy now and swim this summer in the pool of your dreams. The hot Arizona days are coming fast. Visit dolphinpools.us and build your paradise today.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. APS has changed their disconnection policy for non-payment as a result of a $7 million settlement. This came after a customer died from extreme heat in 2024. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays says APS has also agreed to fund a $1 million consumer assistance program with the settlement money.
With at least $800,000 going directly as bill credits to APS customers who are behind on their bills.
Going forward, APS will not turn the power off if it's 95 degrees or hotter. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
APS is also expanding its safety net program so customers can add an emergency contact to be notified if they're at risk of losing service.
Eyes on education.
A semiconductor clean room is kept sterile to be sure chips are built in a clean environment. Well, now Arizona K-12 students will have the opportunity to work in one. KTAR education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us now live with more on what the clean room does for students.
Yeah, Becky, Trade School West Meck opened the first semiconductor clean room open to elementary and high school students in the country, working with local semiconductor companies like TSMC to teach students how to build a chip. Julie Rodriguez, Director of Program Research and Development at West Meck, says when younger students enter the clean room, the curriculum may have to be adjusted.
Taking like paper towels, wiping it down, putting that underneath like a microscope, looking at the lint, and then identifying why we have to have a clean room, why it's so important.
The clean room will also be open to parents and teachers for opportunities to learn more about the semiconductor industry. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more education solution stories by going to KTAR.com/education. A blow to Live Nation and Ticketmaster in court. A jury in New York found the company was monopolizing the ticket and concert industry and making it harder for competitors to enter the market. Here's ABC's Perry Rusum.
The jury found that they represent an illegal monopoly, making it harder for other companies to compete in the marketplace. The jury found they had a harmful monopoly over big concert venues. Again, this affects Live Nation and Ticketmaster, the company's subsidiary. So the jury here in Manhattan was deliberating for 4 days.
a KTAR News exclusive.
The ICE detention center in Surprise looks like a sure thing, according to Mayor Kevin Sarter. He tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's been pleased with communication with the federal government, as well as some verbal assurances.
I think for me it's about transparency. We went to D.C., we talked about a bunch of different things. We're going to set up a community relations board with city-appointed people. They talked about giving us a tour of the Florence facility. That way we can better understand the operations. We talked about they're not going to do increased enforcement around the city.
Still, Sarter says he wants to ensure he gets those agreements in writing, while the Department of Homeland Security is hoping to open the facility as soon as possible. Sarter says he does not expect it to be up and running until at least October. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's April 15th, and back on this day in 1947, Jackie Robinson became the first African-American player in Major League Baseball. It was a great day when Robinson stepped onto the field in Brooklyn to compete for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Growing up, he excelled in sports and was the first athlete to letter in 4 varsity sports for the University of California: baseball, basketball, football, and track. After being honorably discharged from the Army, Robinson played for a season in the Negro American League before he was called up to the majors. Robinson broke the color barrier in a sport that had been segregated for more than 50 years. Exactly 50 years later, on April 15, 1997, Robinson's groundbreaking career was honored, and his uniform number, 42, was retired by Major League Baseball in a ceremony attended by over 50,000 fans at New York City's Shea Stadium. Robinson's was the first ever number retired by all teams in the league, and it all started back on this day in 1947.
Time to check on traffic. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound near Chaparral Road. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near Yorkshire Drive. And then Mesa with a crash blocking the HOV lane on the US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Higley Road. This report is brought to you by Aquazona Connecticut. Upgrade your water today and trade in any old softener for $500 off a Connecticut system. Call 602-910-6570 or visit aquazona.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, low temp around 60. A little bit warmer tomorrow, but a few clouds. We'll be around 89 degrees. We're at 84 right now in Queen Creek. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now, broadcasting live 2 till 6.
Yes.
Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Yo, a lot of people will tell you that hour number 2, best of the hours.
Couple hours from now, we bring you the face-off.
Oh, that's right.
We've got our panel, and we will be talking about, I don't know, but
anything to talk about this week?
Trump and the Pope, Trump and Jesus. I don't know. Trump trying to be a doctor, but dressed as Jesus. We'll talk about Iran.
What about the war itself?
Secondary right now.
Okay, that's right.
But we've got all that coming up, the face-off at 5 o'clock.
Becky Lynn, we want you to be a part of this because we think that you are most certainly someone who probably understands this better than us, quite honestly.
Okay.
She understands a lot of things better than us.
Well, that is an understatement of biblical proportions, yes.
She's a Hall of Famer for a reason, darn it.
Good call.
All right.
New research out there from the people that do research say that more and more workplaces are pushing out working mothers. That working mothers are having trouble keeping and or getting a job. You were working when you had young children, correct?
I was.
I was going to say, was that Camel Country back in the day?
It was.
Okay.
Don't talk about other radio stations.
I don't think she
Does that matter
cares.
anymore? Okay.
No.
I don't know if they're still.
No, but I mean, a lot of people remember Becky Lynn as
a lot of people remember when those babies were born.
I was going to say it was a thing, right?
Yeah.
Can you talk to us about the challenge? Because it's the way I understand it. Help me on this. There's 2 challenges. There's one, the workplace? Will they hold your job while you go away? Maternity leave.
No, they better. It's against the law to fire somebody.
When you come back, will you be welcomed with open arms? What about the new things? But also, if I understand correctly, a lot of moms who they say, I'm going to go back to work, they find it really hard to maybe leave the baby behind and go back to work as well.
Right.
Like there's pulls on both sides. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes. So my situation was a little bit different, only because at that time I worked early mornings, right? So I went in at, 4:30 in the morning, whatever, and I was home by 11. And we always had somebody for that little brief time when my husband went to work and I wasn't there to watch kids. And then I came home and I took over after that. So, and we had 2 grandmas to help out.
That's helpful, right?
So it wasn't, except for the energy that it took to do all this.
Okay.
I didn't have it as hard as some people. Now, had I had 1 kid, 2 kid, and worked 9 to 5, different story altogether.
Because you didn't have to come up with that number, and it might have been a little different. The cost of daycare and preschool. We just had that conversation. Right. Gato's looking at your kid having a kid and a new baby. They're thinking, well, what's this going to cost? Yeah. I mean, those numbers are eye-watering for some folks.
And for some people, you look at those numbers and it's like, well, if I'm working, I'm literally just paying.
I'm working
just to pay the child care.
So I could stay at home, be a bigger part of my baby's life.
And it comes out in the wash.
We have a friend whose daughter had a baby. She was a teacher, and she looked at daycare and looked at her salary and said, it's not worth it.
Not worth it.
No.
I'm not going to go back to work.
Wow.
And so she was a very young teacher, liked being in the classroom. But as I'm talking with our daughter, it looks like daycare, because our daughter wants to go back to work.
Okay.
Daycare is going to cost $1,500 a
Yes.
month.
Yeah.
And it's that's what's going on. I've got another friend who's got a baby in daycare, and then a toddler, and and it's like $3,000 a month.
Oh yeah.
And it's just like, okay,
yeah, well, the more kids, it just starts getting exponentially more expensive.
And let's not even stop. I mean, think about moms who are single moms.
Oh,
they have no choice but to work. So
Correct.
I don't know how they're making it happen. And when it comes to, you mentioned companies forcing working mothers out.
Again, making it maybe more challenging.
Exactly. They wouldn't literally open the door and kick them out because they can't do that. But yeah, maybe not providing good enough child care, not
flexible schedules.
Scheduling.
Nope, this is the schedule, take it or leave it.
Issues with insurance and time away when you need it. And let me just throw in there too, for a lot of women, not only is it kids, it's we talked about this last night on Arizona's Evening News. And for women, let's just face it, they end up taking most of the caregiving jobs.
Yep.
Sure.
Dependent care, like your elderly parents.
Elder parents or grandparents.
It's the sandwich generation. Many times now you're stuck in the middle. You've got elderly parents plus your kids. It's tough.
Yeah. Again, a lot of it says that, women taking time off to have children, doing maternity leave, means they might miss out on promotions.
Right.
They miss out on raises and things because they're seen as not as committed to the job.
Here's the thing, though. Our son-in-law, did I tell you how many weeks off he has from work?
No. From his job?
Yeah, take a guess.
For paternity leave?
Paternity. I honestly have no idea. I don't even know what the ballpark.
12 weeks.
No, more.
Oh, more?
Yeah, keep going.
Hold on a second. 12 weeks is...
That's 3 months.
That's 3 months?
Yeah. You got a guess, Bruce?
He has more than that on
4
paternity
months?
leave?
20 weeks.
Unbelievable.
He's got more time off
than the mom.
Than our daughter.
Dad has more paternity leave from his job than mom has maternity leave from hers.
Yes.
So, question.
That's interesting.
And that's I mean, it's not something that's brand new. I mean, this has been around a while, but
paternity leave.
When you're a man and you get 20 weeks off.
And the woman doesn't? The one who birthed the baby?
Right.
I'm outraged.
Believe me, she's got time off too, but it's not 20 weeks.
No.
Right.
Wow.
So, workplaces are like, hey, we want you to go and take care of your baby, whether it's mom or dad. And, that's a good thing. But now coming back into the workplace, I got to believe that's difficult, especially at the beginning. You're coming in almost like you're brand new again. You're not part of the team while you're gone.
Well, and I think it depends on where you work and how long
Sure.
you were there, maybe before you left, and what kind of job it is.
I have another question for you, Becky Lynn.
Okay, I'm feeling like I'm getting grilled here.
Over the no. Over the course of your career, Hall of Fame career, did you mention that?
All
yet?
right, enough of that. We do it once a segment, okay?
Did you notice a difference between female bosses and male bosses, or managers? Were female managers more apt to say, "I understand the calls of motherhood. I've been there myself." I don't know the answer. I didn't prep you for this.
I'll be frank with you. I didn't have any female bosses.
Seriously?
No, I did not.
Wow.
No.
I've had a lot of them.
Have you really? My husband has too.
Yeah.
I think my husband's almost always, since he's lived in Arizona, worked for a female.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Good. And it's my opinion that they might be more sympathetic, but I don't know that to be true.
I don't know that to be. I can't.
You know, because the guys are just like, hey, there's a dog-eat-dog world, and it's the corporate ladder, and if you're not reaching for the next rung, get out of the way, you know?
Yeah. But in terms of, like, missing work, like, after the baby is born, you're coming back, I mean, I'm just going to guess. Baby's sick, mom's going home. Like
it may not be a choice.
I just don't think mom is going to stay at work. Like, I'm thinking about my mom. I'm thinking about my wife. I'm thinking about our daughter. And there is no way you are going to physically not leave work if your baby is sick.
What if...
You know what I mean?
Okay,
not
you're
leave
right.
for work.
Because the mom is going to go first. Dad's going to be like, well, I probably can leave in an hour. And mom's like, I'm out of here.
Well, I think it would depend on your relationship and how you all had it and whose job allowed for something like that. And, there are a lot of guys that just don't do that at all. I got to tell you, I remember when our daughter was born, somebody threw us a baby shower. And we were there at the baby shower, and one of the couples, the guy said, I've never changed a diaper in my life. And I just remember my opinion of him immediately went
right down the tube.
And I just thought, you're bragging about that?
You talk about sick. I got a text from one of my moms I work with at Children's Cancer Network.
Okay.
Her daughter's amazing, by the way. Her daughter came in and visited us, Ellie Light. She said when she was diagnosed with Ewing sarcoma, which, by the way, is cancer, bone, soft tissue cancer.
Gosh.
She said, I got 6 weeks off to deal with my child.
So her child got cancer and she got 6 weeks.
I got 6 weeks to deal with that.
Well, is that
I don't know.
Is that good or bad? I mean,
it doesn't seem like much. Your child could be dying.
Right. Well, then you would end up taking a leave. Right.
Yeah.
There is a next step to that.
That's true.
But
so
if they came out and said,
we don't,
6 weeks.
We don't treat, I don't think it's fair. We don't treat the mom and the dad the same.
In terms of what?
Leave. Taking child care.
Except in the instance that Gatos threw
Except
out
in
there.
Gatos' son-in-law is apparently...
But maybe that's going forward,
will be the norm?
Possibly.
Okay. Interesting.
Possibly.
Interesting conversation. Again, one of the follow-ups we'd even get to is that while companies are kind of pushing the moms out, they are missing out on the life experiences, the commitment that these women, these mothers have to this job once they are able to come back and go to work. That there are positives, there are benefits. All right, we've got to check the headlines. We've got Becky Lynn to do that next. And coming up, will America soon be in two wars at once? Yeah, wait a minute. Didn't the Germans learn that no good comes of a two-front war? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
SouthwestBlinds.com, SouthwestBlinds.com. I want you to go and visit my friends at Southwest Blinds and Shutters. So, how do you get started? When you look around your house, are your blinds in good shape? Are they beautiful? Are they an eyesore? Do you need new window coverings? Shutters, motorized shades. Well, I can tell you this, Southwest Blinds and Shutters, they have it all. Here's where you start. Go to one of their 3 showrooms. Meet the experts there. Go and look through the showroom. Touch everything, pull them up, pull them down. I mean, they've got everything for you to see, and they've got an expert right there to talk you through it. Now, that's what my wife and I did. The second part of it is they came over for a free consultation. Okay, so TJ came over, took great care of us, gave us his opinion on maybe we should do this here. Maybe in the living room we can do this here. And, they bring some of the shutters and the shades and they show it to you right up against your window. And so we were sold. We purchased white shutters, bedroom, great room, TV room. We've got motorized shades in the kitchen that are outstanding, just beautiful. The house is brighter and more beautiful, and it's all thanks to Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Go to southwestblinds.com and tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly has been named one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people of 2026. The magazine cites the senator's opposition to President Trump and discussion of his being a candidate for president in 2028 as factors that put him on the list. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads for you now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. New crash, Chandler on the left-hand shoulder, Loop 22, Santiago Freeway westbound near Val Vista Drive. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp. Loop 101, Pima Freeway northbound near Chaparral Road. And a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 99th Avenue and Indian School Road. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealer. It's Truck Month at Your Valley Chevy Dealer. Shop the best offers on a new Chevy today during the Valley Chevy Truck Month by stopping by Auto Nation Chevrolet in Peoria today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight 60, tomorrow a few clouds and 89. We're at 86 now in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Head of the Fiesta Sports Foundation, Eric Moses, with a big event he's going to announce on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can listen on air, online, or on the app.
Hey, you can experience the Ramsey Show live. Coming to the Mesa Arts Center. Rachel Cruz, Ken Coleman, Jade Warshaw. This is all happening April 21st. How'd you like to win free tickets? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Just go to the contest page at KTAR.com. Get yourself hooked up for the Ramsey Show live. Again, April 21st in Mesa. So things are going so swimmingly in Iran, Gatos, that we might want to start a war a little closer to home.
Oh, let's go invade Cuba.
Yeah.
Why not?
According to reports, the military is planning for a operation in Cuba and that it has, quote, been ramping up. Good news.
Yeah. I think, Cuba would be more like Venezuela. But President Trump thought Iran would be more like Venezuela.
There is that, yeah.
And now it is a mess. And we're the only ones that want to get out of the war.
But by the way, we're not going to get any help with this one either. If you think Sweden or the rest of NATO is coming to our aid to go after Cuba, I can tell you ahead of time the answer is no.
Yeah. Is there a reason that Trump wants to go in just because he can?
I haven't the foggiest idea.
Does he want to get us off of talking about Iran? So
he needs like a win. So let's go pick on like somebody we know can't really fight back.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, don't tell them about Bermuda.
It's insane.
You could take that place in an afternoon.
So that'll be, what, the third country?
I got to tell you.
We got Venezuela, then we got Iran, and now we're going to go to Cuba.
I mean, I'm starting to be concerned, Gatos, that invading all these countries is really going to impact his chance for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
There's the snark.
I think they take this into account.
I mean, you know what? You could be snarky about that. But don't think that he's not doing this because he didn't get the Peace Prize.
Well, but he also
I didn't get the Peace Prize, so let me show you I'm going to invade all these countries. That's what he could be doing.
But then he can claim he ended the wars that he started, adding to his tally of wars he didn't actually end.
Hey, again, he's lied to every single person that voted for him. He's lied to everybody. America first. It's not even close. It's America last. We're not going to invade countries. We're not going to get into wars. He's gotten into wars. We're going to lower all the prices. All the prices are up. There's just. I think
remember he was quoted.
There's just a small. There's a much smaller. MAGA is much smaller than it was even, I would say, 2 months ago. Because Meghan McCain mentioned this just the other day. The people who are still supporting Donald Trump are old and watching Fox News.
The dead enders, yeah.
But, like I always say, that's my dad.
Mm-hmm.
My dad's a Republican. For one reason or another, he likes Donald Trump. I don't get it. I've had my say with my father.
I have no idea what's Republican about that anymore.
It's
but
not
yeah.
Republican.
Ronald Reagan would be chased out of this party.
Yeah, but you also have to remember that if you are like my dad's older, and he's watching Fox News, and he likes it, and it's entertaining, and he thought he liked Trump, and they tell him how great he is.
Well, right, they are covering.
It's all
the bad things.
It's
they don't want to upset their audience.
It's all propaganda,
right?
And unfortunately, he's bought into that. And a lot of people his age have bought into that, and that's the core MAGA Trump guy that is still around and saying he's doing a great job. Because a lot of other MAGA who are, maybe you voted for him and you're younger and you've got a few kids and you're looking at prices and you're looking at this war and you're like, yeah, this guy lied to us. You got duped.
Again, I don't know which international law you have to violate to invade Cuba, but the president of Cuba, by the way, has said they will fight back. We will battle. We will defend ourselves. And should we fall in battle, to die for the homeland is to live.
Are we doing another regime change where we don't change the regime like we did in Iran?
Like, where are you?
I don't know. What are you doing it for?
Is this Marco Rubio in his ear?
I don't know.
Like, who's telling them Cuba's next? Cuba has weapons of mass destruction. They're 2 weeks away from a nuclear bomb. We should go after
right,
them.
and you can say that, and then I guess you can go in. Is there a reason that they want to go into Cuba?
I haven't heard a good reason.
No.
I mean, other than we don't get along with them.
Tough.
We don't get along with a lot of countries. By the way, you guys think Cuba's bad. Wait till you meet Russia.
By the way, we don't get along with our friends anymore.
Well, we don't get along with Canada. So, I mean, why would you expect to get along with Cuba?
NATO. We don't get along with many countries anymore.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if we're in 2 wars? Can you absolutely imagine that?
We're fighting Iran and Cuba.
Right. And we want out of the war in Iran, and Iran's like, no, we can keep this going. This is not bad for us.
We got time. Why are you guys in a hurry?
I'm not in a hurry.
Yeah. Iran doesn't appear to be in a hurry.
We're going to be talking about this, the face-off, coming up at 5 o'clock. I mean, I'll say it again. We should just leave. Just turn around. But the problem is Trump will say, oh, everybody's going to say that we cut and run. Yeah, probably. But you can just say you want and leave. It's fine. It's fine with me. Just get out of there.
Declare most bigly victory of all time, and then just leave.
Yeah, we were awesome. We went in there and we did great. Okay, just leave.
Yeah, just leave.
Just turn around and leave.
You're not here. No, you're not here. Checking the headlines on the way. Coming up next, speed cameras are back. But will you go to jail if you ignore a speeding ticket sent in the mail? We've got some details. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
War with Iran.
The Pakistanis publicly urged both sides to return to the table before the ceasefire runs out in a week. John Carl asked the president whether J.D. Vance might again lead the U.S. delegation in the next round of talks. Could be, Trump said, seeming to sound uncertain, before quickly pivoting to talk about what a fantastic job the Pakistanis are doing as mediators.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
There's a lot of buzz about exterior coating. When we're talking about painting homes, and this exterior coating claims to outlast traditional paint. Wrong. It's way too expensive. It's like 3 times as expensive. Go with traditional paint. Go with the Arizona Painting Company. Listen, we've got summer on the way. Your house needs to be painted, obviously because of curb appeal, but also because you want your home protected. Why go with the Arizona Painting Company? Well, they're well over 20 years in business, and they use the best paint. They use an advanced formula of paint that offers just amazing adhesion and adjusts to temperature changes. And, it's a paint that's formulated for the hot Arizona climate. It's going to last longer. And so that's what the Arizona Painting Company uses. Get your house painted and get a discount by texting the word paint to 620-620. Text paint to 620-620. Grab the discount. Hire the Arizona Painting Company.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
On Saturday, April 18th, pick up the Cattell Marte tee before the D-backs Blue Jays game, courtesy of State Farm. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. APS has changed their disconnection policy for non-payment as a result of a $7 million settlement after a customer died from extreme heat in 2024. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays says APS has also agreed to fund a $1 million consumer assistance program with the settlement money.
With at least $800,000 going directly as bill credits to APS customers who are behind on their bills.
Going forward, APS will not turn off the power if it's 95 degrees or hotter. APS is also expanding its safety net program so customers can add an emergency contact to be notified if they're at risk of losing service.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
An Arizona congressman is supporting the creation of an independent commission to oversee the president's fitness. KTAR's Ballot Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, several House Democrats have helped introduce legislation that would create the independent commission on the president's capacity under the 25th Amendment. Among them is Arizona U.S. Rep. Greg Stanton, who says this should be a permanent fixture in the government, but also targeted President Trump.
He's threatened to blow up an entire civilization and other behavior. It lends itself to a discussion about whether or not the 25th Amendment should apply. I think we should have a professional commission take a look at that.
And that proposed commission would be made up of former executive branch officials and medical professionals who could call for the sitting VP to take over as acting president. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
KTAR has reached out to the White House for comment. A one-time Arizona Independent Party candidate for governor will remain on the ballot. A Maricopa County judge has cleared the way for Hugh Lytle to continue his campaign. Lytle's candidacy was thrown into some question after a court ruled the name change from No Labels to Arizona Independent Party should not have been allowed to happen. Take a listen to this. That's two pilots meowing to each other over the air traffic communications frequency. The cat interpretation came from ATC.com and little dog in there as well. Quickly, the pilots got scolded. Someone on the frequency telling them to act professionally. This happened April 12th near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. In a statement, the FAA said they prohibit pilots from engaging in non-essential conversations when they're below 10,000 feet, and that the agency investigates all situations where pilots may have violated this rule. Let's check traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia with a look at the roads in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the left shoulder on-ramp out on the Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway eastbound at 40th Street. Tempe with a disabled vehicle blocking the intersection on Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound near Broadway Road. And Phoenix again with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway westbound near 32nd Street. This report is brought to you by AMWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies and 60 overnight, 89 and partly cloudy tomorrow. It's 80 right now in Carefree. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, Joe Huizenga. Remember that plan Tempe had to take care of feeding the homeless that irked people and led to a bunch of city council meetings? Phoenix has decided it's a great idea, too. Find out how it's going on Arizona's Evening News at 6 on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can also listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Hey, don't forget, coming up top of the hour, 5 o'clock, or roughly an hour and a half from now, it is The Face-Off. We bring a panel in. We have vibrant discussions, different viewpoints, and interesting conversations about the political stories of the day. Join us at 5 for The Face-Off. Gatos, they've got the darn cameras up now. We have, I think it's a total of 17 speed cameras up in the city of Phoenix now. They are new. And you can now receive citations that range between $190 all the way up to $500 mailed to you.
Yeah, and I feel like we need to figure out how to get you a get out of jail.
Who, me?
Yeah, because you're going to get one of these things.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Right. So
sorry, there's absolutely zero.
When you go back to the Governor Janet Napolitano days, and we had the speed cameras on the highways, and it was a money grab. She said it wasn't. Of course, it was a money grab. The deal was,
I voted against her because of that.
I don't blame you.
I was like, I will vote for any politician who wants to get rid of the speed cameras.
Okay. The way that you got the ticket was you had to be served.
It's the only way
someone had to ring your doorbell and hand you the ticket.
Well, they would mail you the ticket first.
Oh, okay.
And if you ignored it.
Oh, that was the second part. Got it. Okay.
Then they'd
serve you.
Send a process server who had to physically deliver the ticket to you.
So the inside joke was don't answer your doorbell.
Literally, don't answer the door.
So that was back then.
Okay.
We've got new speed cameras that are up now.
Yeah.
And let's talk about how you exactly get served. And I think there's a question in there.
There is.
with technology and the ring doorbell cameras that we all have.
I think technology has moved along, if you will, from those days.
Yeah.
So, as we said, the way this works is there are two different clocks. There is a 60-day clock that starts from the moment the private company that operates the speed cameras files the citation.
Okay.
Here is Gatos. That's his smiling face. He's doing 10 miles over the speed limit.
Right.
So they have 60 days from that time to officially file it with the state of Arizona.
So the camera is they have 60 days. Got it.
Now, once they determine that it's you, they get the license plate, they have an address, the 90-day clock starts.
Okay.
There is 90 days for you now to acknowledge receipt of that ticket, or they prove that you got it, i.e. a process server.
Yeah, there's a way you could just wait this out and not pay the ticket, and then it goes away.
I'm not saying I didn't answer my door for a year, but I didn't answer my door for a year, and I instructed anybody in the house, don't you ever answer that door.
Well, there you go.
If it's cops, they'll kick it in. Do not answer the door. There is absolutely no reason to open that door.
Okay.
Don't even, and when the doorbell rings, everybody get quiet. Stay away from the windows. Don't let them see.
So now, with technology and the ring doorbell cameras, whatever you have, right? Let's ask the question about, let's say Bruce gets a speeding ticket.
It happens.
And the person is there to serve you. So they come to your door and they ring the doorbell.
Ding dong.
Okay, so I don't need all the...
I like
need
it.
all that.
It makes me feel better.
And then you don't answer the door.
Right.
Physically. But you go on your app and you say, who is it?
Right. You're on the ring camera. You see somebody standing there, right?
Does that count? And can they serve you that way?
According to KTAR legal analyst one, Barry Markson. Yep.
Yes.
If they can confirm it's you or an adult resident through a ring camera, they can just tape it to the door.
You've been served.
That counts as serving. They can also serve you by giving it to anyone over the age of 14 living in that home.
Yeah, so if you're 17-year-old or your 15-year-old answers the door.
Oh, that kid.
Oh, boy.
That kid you're going to be grounded for life,
but
buddy.
Kids lose everything.
Yeah,
you're going to have to argue that in court.
Yeah. In a court of law, you've been served.
Yeah.
It's official.
And I'm going to say this appears to be, in extreme cases, they can just tape it to your front door. I'm going to guess if that's on your 12th one.
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying? They might just go, okay, dude, we know you're in there.
So are you officially served if you remotely talk to the person at your door who is serving you? The answer is yes.
Apparently,
it does
that's
count.
a yes. That counts as communication, contact, whatever you want to call it.
So here's how I can say it. Here's how I can think about this with you, because you're going to get one of these tickets. Okay. So let's say that you're at work, and on your phone, you get an alert that someone is at your door. Okay. And I've seen you do this. You say, hey, what can I do for you? Or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're talking to that person.
It's usually a UPS or a FedEx guy.
They're
Let's
gonna
be honest.
like, hey, is this Bruce? And you're going to say, I don't know who Bruce is.
Who the hell are you talking about?
My name's Leo. I'm renting the house.
Yeah.
I think Bruce might be the landlord. I don't know.
Last I heard, he lived in Bulgaria.
You can say that. That's
You're an adult living at that house, so they can serve you.
Leo?
They can serve Leo.
The fake Leo.
Over the age of 14, living in that house.
I don't think so.
Really?
But they can't
No.
tape it to the door
I don't
and
think
leave
so.
it unless you have made contact with them.
Unless you've made contact.
Through the ring doorbell.
By the way, I got a text from our people that text. Shout out, 620-620. I've thrown out at least 10 radar tickets. I never got served. The last one I got was only a warning from Paradise Valley. They've got those little, they park the cars on the side of the road with the cameras.
Yeah.
Paradise Valley. Sneaky little you-know-whats.
They are everywhere.
Yeah. But again, the law says that and I remember judges explaining this to us back in the day. The law is clear. Putting postage on an envelope and mailing it is not receipt of a ticket.
Correct.
When you're pulled over by Officer Friendly on the 10, what do they make you do? You sign. This is not an admission of guilt. Well, you just sign the thing. That means you received a ticket. It doesn't mean you're guilty. You received it, right? So you can't argue, I never got a ticket. Well, Officer Friendly, you signed it right here. You're on the body camera. Even if you refuse on the body camera, at least they're like, he refused to sign it. He's right here on the body camera.
Yeah.
But mail alone is not proof.
17 cameras total, and some of them are in school zones.
Oh boy!
And listen, if you're gonna speed in a school zone, even if it's it's not accidental, you're gonna speed in a school zone, you should get a ticket.
I do not speed in school zones, contrary to popular belief.
No.
I do the actual 15 on the little digital dash. I'm like 15.
Right. So if you get nailed in a school zone, you deserve that ticket. You probably should pay it.
Just pay it up.
Maybe you wouldn't. But
you screwed up. That.
Yeah. But if I'm on the highway and I'm going 80 and somebody takes a picture of me, I'm weaseling my way out of this thing.
Happy April 15th. Happy Tax Day.
Yeah, happy Tax Day.
Or happy Throw Tea in the Harbor Day for those that celebrate. Are you paying more than your fair share of taxes? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's morning news.
Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has broken up an in-progress cockfighting operation over the weekend. It happened in Rainbow Valley Saturday. 157 roosters that were found on the property were euthanized. Weapons and money were seized.
Arizona's morning news, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog Security Screens. With Bulldog Security Screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog Security Screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News Flash.
346. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Democrats in the U.S. House have introduced legislation to create an independent commission to oversee the president's capacity to run the nation. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton says it's especially important amid President Trump's aggressive statements toward Iran. The proposed commission would be made up of former executive branch officials and medical professionals who could call for the sitting VP to take over. KTAR has reached out to the White House for comment. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic now. Let's go right to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Avondale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 99th Avenue. Mesa with a crash blocking the exit ramp on US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Hagley Road. And Phoenix with a crash on the left shoulder on-ramp on the Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway eastbound at 40th Street. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews. Lock in 2025 pricing now and get a free Travertine included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
Springtime in Phoenix, and painting is maddening. So do what Brian did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talk about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
I plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again.
Rhino Shield. The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's head over to KTAR.com. Check out the right side of the page. We get the Gatos Big Q poll question of the day. All right, so it is tax day. Happy April 15th. How'd you do?
Oh.
A, I got some money back. B, I owed some money. C, I broke even. And D, I forgot to pay my taxes.
Please don't admit that online. They'll come for you. I'm going to say got some money back, 41%.
I got some money back, 48%. I owed some money, 32%. And I broke even, which is really tough to do.
That's, by the way, good mathing.
12%. And 7% of you forgot.
Oops.
Yeah. We got our taxes done. Man, I don't know. I think we got a little back. It wasn't very much. We got a little back. And I guess that's pretty good because obviously you want to break even. You don't want the government holding your money.
It on.
No.
Can I tell you a semi-humorous story about taxes?
I'm here for a humorous story.
Semi-humorous. So back when I was a boss of the radio station, I had an employee who worked on our morning show. Actually, was one of the people on the morning show.
Okay.
And at the end of the back in the day, the end of the year, the boss used to go around. I had a stack of envelopes. It was the what is that? The W whatevers or 1099 whatever 1099s. I had to go hand out everybody their tax forms, right?
Okay.
Like at the end of January, right? And I handed it to this girl.
I thought you were handing gifts out, but go ahead.
I'm not handing gifts out. I handed her, and she goes, "What is this?" I go, "Oh, it's for your taxes." She goes, "I don't pay taxes." I said, what do you mean you don't pay taxes? She goes, "I don't make enough to pay taxes." I said, I know exactly how much you make. And by the way, the IRS thinks you make enough money to pay taxes. She goes, "Yeah, I don't pay taxes."
Well, you'll be
I was
audited.
They don't audit you. I think they just come and put handcuffs on you.
Oh,
I was like, we need to start looking for a replacement for her because I think she's going to jail.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't pay taxes. Why? I don't make enough money. And I was literally like stunned. I was like, I don't think it works like that.
No.
But a lot of people out there, her probably being one of them, think, well, I pay too much. And those people over there, they don't pay enough. As a matter of fact, it's a pretty amazing number of people. About 60% of Americans think, they pay more than their fair share.
I mean, I just think the way that we pay taxes in this country and how much, money goes out of our paycheck to do what? What do you? We're never really shown where's our tax money going? It always seems like it's going down the toilet. I mean,
we see more of the waste, the fraud and the abuse type thing is what we see.
Because, we can't afford anything. Well, how is that? How do we not afford anything when you're taking half of my check? And so I think that Americans are like, I think they don't like the tax. Maybe it's the tax bracket that they're in. But it's the percentage that goes just right out the window. And then you're like, is it going to something that's good? And a lot of times you're like, no, it probably isn't, because it doesn't matter if it's Biden or Trump, or they're going to waste our money on something frivolous and
remember,
stupid.
Congress votes on appropriation. It's the Congress. It's your congressman.
Congress hasn't worked in years.
Who is deciding where money gets spent.
True.
That's where this is coming from.
But I also read this tax season was supposed to bring more of a refund because of the big, beautiful bill.
Well, I don't know if people are seeing that. I don't know if everyone is. I was like, there's no tax on overtime. I would go, so great. You have to work more overtime to make ends meet, but you don't get taxed on it. Is that it?
And no tax on tips.
Can you imagine Congress calling the Dave Ramsey show? I think it would go something like this. Mm-hmm. Imagine Dave said, Dave says, so you're I can't do Dave's accent very well, even though I've been around. So you're spending $7 trillion. Congress, that's correct.
Yeah.
And you've only got $5 trillion in revenue. That is correct. And you've got $39 trillion in debt, plus you're spending 25% of your revenue on interest-only payments. That's correct, Dave. What do you tell him? You need to get a second job.
Yeah.
I tell you what, you better go deliver
beans and rice. Start eating beans and rice.
But that's what it is. We bring in $5 trillion, we spend $7 trillion, and it ain't going to change until we literally run out of money.
Yeah. Well, Trump said he wasn't going to raise taxes. He'll probably do that soon.
Why would he keep any promise at this point? What difference does it make? Checking the headlines are on the way. And speaking of the economy, have you stopped spending money since the war with Iran began? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. If you are serious about losing weight, now is the perfect time. This month at Red Mountain Weight Loss, they will waive your startup fee on any of their programs. With plans starting as low as $149 per month, you can't afford to miss it. Lose up to 20 pounds this time next month for as low as $149. Get started with GLP-1 medication. Try RM3, the patented medication for people who want to lose weight even faster. Book your video appointment at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
We get it.
A meal shouldn't cost you nearly $20. And we agree. At Venezia's Pizzeria, lunch or dinner for under $10 is still a thing. And for an even sweeter deal, stop in and grab a Slice Rewards card. Get a stamp for every qualifying Slice special. 10 visits, 1 free qualifying special. Simple. And every Tuesday, we double your stamps. That's your free pizza twice as fast. Venezia's Pizzeria, a family tradition with great rewards.
Summer is close, but April is a great time to get started on your new presidential pool. For a limited time, get $500 cash back and 0 closing costs when you finance your new pool now through April 30th, 2026. Come on out to the Design Center in Gilbert. You can check out the latest in lighting, automation, and outdoor living features. See why Presidential Pools is Arizona's largest pool builder. Dive in today at presidentialpools.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Arizona Public Service Company is going to be shelling out a $7 million settlement following a consumer fraud investigation by the State Attorney General's office. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center with the details.
APS customer Kate Corman had her power disconnected for non-payment in May 2024 when it was 99 degrees out. She was found dead in her home a week later.
APS will no longer disconnect power based on the date on the calendar alone. If temperatures are dangerous, the power stays on.
Attorney General Chris May says as a result of the settlement, APS will not turn the power off if it's 95 degrees or hotter. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Also, $800,000 of that settlement will be used for bill credits to eligible customers who are facing service termination. Arizona Department of Transportation announcing a major milestone on the construction of the new US 60 bridge over Queen Creek east of the valley. ADOT's Garen Groff says the halfway mark comes after crews blasted and removed tons of rock and earth.
We've completed more than 60 blasting operations.
We've hauled a lot of material away, and we're now starting to build the piers for the new Queen Creek Bridge.
This $44 million project started 2 years ago and will replace bridges on each side of the Queen Creek Tunnel near Superior. Groff says closures of the 60 will continue Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So if you plan on driving in that area, check ADOT's website for closures and detours at az511.gov.
Eyes on Education.
Phoenix Trade School West Mac is now home to the first semiconductor clean room for K-12 students, offering a sterile environment reflective of a real chip factory. Sean Carvalho, a West Mac manufacturing student, explains having the ability to learn in a clean room is essential for his future career.
The end of our first year, we get a very brief intro to the clean room. And for our second year of advanced manufacturing, that whole second semester is just straight clean room.
The school partners with local semiconductor companies like TSMC to build the curriculum. We have more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. President Trump again saying the war with Iran could end very soon, just days after failed negotiations for a peace agreement in Pakistan. Meanwhile, Iran is accusing the U.S. of violating the ceasefire with that naval blockade of Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz. ABC's Marcus Moore is in Beirut.
3 tankers have crossed into or out of the Persian Gulf on April 14th, and that since April 13th, there have been 9 tankers that have gone through that area. If some are continuing to go through, it's very few. Based on what experts are saying, the picture they have been painting is that traffic is very light, especially compared to what it would normally be like. This is obviously, as you know, a critical strait, 20% of the world's global oil passing through there, and you have Iran and the U.S. claiming authority over the Strait of Hormuz, and obviously the impacts being felt across the globe.
Portland comes into Phoenix and steals the 7th seed in the Western Conference. The
Phoenix Suns suffer a heartbreaker. They lost to the Portland Trailblazers 110-114 in last night's play-in game. The Suns will have one more shot to make it into the playoffs Friday. Head coach Jordan Ott says he's extremely grateful that it will be another game at home.
I mean, I think that's the big key to getting the 7th seed. You have 2 shots at this thing on your home court. Thought it was great atmosphere, especially there in the fourth quarter. We'll need it again Friday.
The Suns will play the winner of tonight's game between the Golden State Warriors and Los Angeles Clippers for that final spot in the playoffs. Time to check on traffic now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash blocking the center lanes on the Loop 202 Santiago Freeway eastbound near the State Route 24 eastbound transition. Avondale with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Poplar Freeway westbound near 99th Avenue. Mesa crash blocking the exit ramp. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Higley Road. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he educates and empowers those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We'll see clear skies this evening with a low overnight of 60. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 89. Sunny and 85 on Friday. Maricopa right now checking in with 87 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Third hour of the show.
Yes, many people call the third hour best of the hours.
1 hour from now, the face-off. Our panel will be in to discuss why the president has picked a fight with the Pope and why he dresses as Jesus online. All that and more in 1 hour.
Who
should be
this?
fun.
Yeah. Has your spending habits changed since the war began, roughly 6 weeks ago, 5.5, 6 weeks ago, however you want to call it on that? We're getting, I would argue, some conflicting information on kind of where American spending is going. Remember, we had the number that the difference in price of gas, the increase over the past 5 weeks has cost Americans close to $10 billion. Money they could have spent somewhere else but had to go towards fuel.
Right.
Okay? Gas or diesel or whatever. And so that's going to have an impact on an economy when that money just kind of evaporates and all goes to one sector.
Yeah, and I think, we've had high gas prices before.
Oh, yeah.
But the reason why these gas prices hurt so much, is because everything costs more and has cost more over, what?
For a little while now.
For a while now.
It kind of went up and stayed up.
Well, with tariffs, that's taking $1,000 out of your bank account for no reason whatsoever. And then we go to Iran for no reason whatsoever, and your gas prices are higher, and your food is going to cost more. And I think people are changing their habits. I told you that my wife and I were going to go to New Orleans this month.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, with the mess at the airports. And
yeah, that was a big concern then. That's fair.
Yeah, but it's just like how this government runs. They don't make it easy on you. Do you want to drive your car? We're not going to make it easy on you. We're going to make you pay $5 a gallon for the cheap stuff. Do you want to go to the airport and take a trip? We're not going to make it easy for you. You're going to have to wait in a 3-hour line.
Yeah.
And so I think that, with stuff like that, America's saying, okay, well, maybe I'll just try and make it easier on myself. I won't go. I won't go and spend money in New Orleans. I won't go and spend money on Ubers. And because you need an Uber in New Orleans, let me tell you. Hotels, restaurants. They lost our business because why? The economy's in a crapper.
But can I also say, I think there's another group of people out there, and I want to gloss over it, that they are having to make these decisions out of necessity.
Right.
It's not whether we're going to go on a trip or not. It's how are we going to pay for...
How are we going to pay for gasoline this
or
week?
Food on the table?
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's a lot of folks out there that are having more difficult conversations.
Well, the studies say that the war in Iran has driven consumer sentiment to the lowest level in not 10, not 20, not 30, not 40, not 50, not 60, but 70 years. Yeah. 70. We saw inflation go up. We've seen gas prices go up. Anything you buy is more expensive. Anything you buy is more expensive.
Well, and there's a bit of a lagging indicator, I think, if I'm getting that right. If it's a leading indicator, I apologize.
Lagging.
It's lagging.
I believe it is.
That the price of, let's just use diesel as an example.
Ooh.
Going through the roof. Someone who owns not one but 2 diesel trucks. I would like to have another conversation about it sometime. The cost of increase in diesel for every delivery truck, 18-wheeler, things that are moving products and goods and groceries around the country, I think that number's now just getting factored in because a lot of the trucking companies or delivery companies kind of had to eat it early on because they'd already agreed to some sort of a deal to deliver things.
Yeah.
And the prices go up overnight, and they're like, oof. You can't go back and go, you're going to have to pay a lot more for this.
I mean, I'm just wondering, in terms of oil and gas, do we even know who's controlling the Strait of Hormuz? Is it us? We've got the Navy out there with the I don't know. I don't know if we're letting people in or out, or is Iran still in charge of it? You'd ask the White House, but they'll lie to you. So I don't really know the answer. Maybe we are allowing some ships to go through, but you can't get a straight answer out of anybody. Mm-hmm. And it's so because people are like, well, when are our gas prices going to go back down? Well, not if we're in the Strait of Hormuz for the next
or not
year.
If the strait is restricted in some way, shape, or form.
Certainly restricted.
Yeah.
My question is, who's in control of it now? Did we take control of it over the weekend?
I feel like it's a bit of a standoff.
Yeah. And you know what? That's bad for the global economy. It's horrible for the global economy.
Yeah, it's certainly not back to any sense of normal, like from the standpoint of shipping going back and forth.
Remember that time?
Oh, boy.
I don't know, seems like just a few weeks ago, you could sail in and out of there. And it was like...
There was a lot of that.
It's one of those things where it was like, wow, this works really good for the global economy.
This is awesome.
Let's crap on that and let's put a stop to that.
We can't have this.
Can't have this.
This is ridiculous.
I don't know why we need this.
Who would have ever thought?
I would.
That
we all did.
The Iranians would try to use the one thing they have for leverage. I mean, it's honestly just shocking.
It's shocking. It's shocking. Yeah. But I think Americans are frustrated. The White House tried to feed us a bunch of crap about why we went to war, and then they said it was going to be short-term pain. This isn't really short-term pain. This is going to be long-term pain. Yeah. If we left Iran today, we still are going to have long-term pain. Like, if we turned around right now, we're still going to have to iron all this out. And your wallet is still going to be, screaming bloody murder.
I think there is some truth to that.
Yeah, it's not just going to end because we decide we're going to leave. And I don't think we're deciding to leave.
No.
And I don't see us getting out this year. I don't. I think you have a very good chance.
That's really disconcerting.
I think you have a very good chance of $6 a gallon gas. For sure this summer. I mean, I think that's what we're heading towards.
Yeah. There are certainly, I think what you're talking about, and when we see the price of things, especially oil and gas, tick up, it's all on the speculation market. It's the confidence that oil brokers, oil producers have in the future moving forward. And I think you talked about a little bit of that uncertainty.
Right.
And unstableness is what is not only driving prices up, but also, I think in a certain way, it's keeping them from coming down. There's a new floor that has been set because of the uncertainty specifically in the Strait of Hormuz.
Right.
And the geopolitical back and forth, how's China going to react? What's Russia going to do? How far are we willing to go to stop ships? What could this turn into? That's a great unknown. And anybody tells you they know exactly how it's going to work out is lying.
I just think everything has been uncertain for Trump's second presidency since the day he took over.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he led with the tariffs right away. Wall Street went absolutely bonkers. They didn't know what to do. Trump said, we do this. Then he pulled back. We're going to do the tariff over there. Now we pulled back. Wall Street goes up. Wall Street goes down. I think that if, we talk about the people who are making like daily decisions on, are we going to eat or are we going to put gas in the car so we can work? There are definitely people out there like that. On the other side of it, you've got rich people, okay, who are looking at Wall Street and, they're seeing, they're seeing such massive swings up, down, and a lot of it is down. We're certainly down from when the war started. And people like that say, and I know this sounds weird, they don't feel rich. And so what does that mean?
Your dollar isn't going as far. Right. It's just not. I mean, that's not an argument.
Like for a rich person, woe is me. They're not, we don't have any food to put on the table for our two kids. I get that. It's different. But, the rich spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
And when they're looking at this war in Iran and they know that the stock market has been down and they say, well, we don't feel rich, even though, you are rich. They're not spending money. So you've got a lot of people that are backing off spending money on anything.
And that's a big issue.
Yeah. 70 years.
Oops.
It's 70 years. Consumer sentiment lowest in 70 years.
That takes some doing.
It's hard to do, and boy, did they do it.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. Also, hey, we've got D-backs tickets to give away. The Blue Jays are coming April 18th. That is Saturday night. What are you doing?
I don't like the Blue Jays.
Okay. Well, you can go cheer for the Diamondbacks.
That's what I mean.
And it's a Ketel Marte night. The first 20,000 fans are going to get themselves a T-shirt. How would you like free tickets? Just text the word Ketel to 620-620. You are going to know how to spell Ketel Marte's name to do this. So text Ketel to 620-620. Get your free tickets.
Now, is he going to play? Is he going to play or is he going to take the day off?
We're going to find out. All right. That's coming up here. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Sweet James Accident Attorneys, everybody. Listen, if you've been injured in an accident, you need a law firm that's going to go after the insurance companies, right? These insurance companies don't want to pay you a dime. They want to pay you zero. They want to pay you as little as possible. Well, Sweet James Attorneys, they want to make sure you make as much as possible. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. You know, Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. Why? Because they are the best, and they want to tell you, hey, listen, we're the best in town. We can help you more than anybody else. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team named among the best attorneys in the U.S. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys, okay? And by the way, they're there for you, and you don't pay until they win your case. SweetJames.com, SweetJames.com, 1-800-9-MILLION. Tell them Gatos sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:17, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Arizona State Senate President Warren Peterson isn't mincing words after Governor Katie Hobbs vowed to veto every bill on her desk until there's progress on the budget.
I've been at the legislature 14 years. I've never seen a governor throw a temper tantrum and just walk away from the budget negotiations.
He tells Arizona's Morning News while he's frustrated Hobbs isn't at the table, he doesn't think it will impact Republicans' legislative priorities. He says they're mostly finished passing bills, with the budget being one of the last remaining pieces left to focus on. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's see how your ride looks this afternoon. Now, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Gilbert with a crash in the left-hand shoulder, Loop 22, Santiago Freeway eastbound near Power Road. Avondale, they crashed in the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 99th Avenue. And Mesa, the crash blocking the exit ramp, US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Higley Road. This report is brought to you by AMCO Arizona. If your AC isn't ice cold, get a free AC check at AMCO. They'll even check your fluids and filters so you're ready for summer. Google AMCO to find the nearest location near you today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Hey, by the looks of things, not a lot of people know how to spell Cattell Marte.
It's not the easiest word. I don't know if I knew how to spell it.
I'm getting a lot of texts. You have to spell it right. Cattell.
What are we spelling? Is it Cattell?
You have to spell Cattell.
All right.
How would you spell it?
I mean, this is good. Okay. C. K.
Correct.
A. E.
Yes.
K.
No.
K.
Stop it.
K-E.
K-E-T-E-L. Cattell.
L-L-E.
No, just K-E-T-E-L.
K-E-T-A-L.
A lot of people spell it with an A. There's not an A in Cattell.
K-E-T-E-L.
Correctamundo.
It's not going to work out real well for us.
I don't think so. Spelling has never been a strong point, though. So
not for me.
Well, and
I always ask you how to spell stuff.
You do. I'm actually, I don't do the math.
You're actually pretty good.
Pretty good at the spelling.
You can spell pretty good.
The math.
Yeah,
not so much.
I can do the math in my head.
Okay,
a lot of times, and you can spell, and so we would make one smart person between the two.
Between the two of us, we've got half a brain. You put it together. Yes,
one full brain on this show.
Gatos, you recently went to a movie theater. Oh, you went and saw the movie I suggested.
The one with Ken in it.
Or Ryan Gosling.
Right, Ken from Barbie. Yeah, he's
or
good.
Ryan Gosling.
Okay, Ryan Gosling.
It was called Hail Mary, Project Hail Mary
as well. The Notebook.
Okay, again, not the top of his IMDb page, but
all right.
When you go to the movie theater, have you noticed? I'm going to ask all of you. The movie says it starts at 7 p.m.
That's a load of garbage.
There are 20 to 30 minutes of commercials, trailer. It used to just be movie trailers, highlight of movies coming out. You maybe get 3 of them, maybe 4. Now, you just have full-blown commercials.
Let me ask
for
you something.
Soda Pop, for Disneyland, for everything.
When the lights go not dim all the way.
Yeah.
When they dim, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Or is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, because is it when the previews are played?
Because they're mixing them together.
The previews, you could go there and there are literally commercials.
Oh, just on the screen. No, I'm talking about literally when the lights go down. By the way, I'm not the only one. The head of Sony Pictures is telling movie theaters, quote, get off the ad crack.
Let's go.
Quit it with the 30 minutes of commercials before the opening credits even roll.
I went to the movies with my wife the other day, and I wanted to know how long it was. 20 minutes.
Yeah,
I don't have 20 minutes to spend there.
Well, I almost think there's a certain measure of tell us when the movie actually starts.
Fine, then I don't have to go
because I'll show up then.
Yeah,
but I don't need to sit through all the crap.
No, I have my seat. You know, nobody goes into a movie theater without a seat anymore.
Now you can reserve your seat.
You reserve the seat.
So tell me when the movie starts, and not when the lights go down.
Right. I think they want to sell more booze.
Okay, they're not all selling booze, by the way.
I'm just saying
I realize the theater you're going to, or you're smuggling it in a flask.
Well, why are you showing me like the 20 minutes and the 30 minutes? It's like, I think a lot of people are like, I got to go get a drink if I'm going to
Well, you know what they figured out? And
I don't like pregame shows.
Okay, it's
you
the
know
pregame.
What I mean? Yeah, it's like when I watch the Super Bowl, do I want to watch the 8-hour pregame? No, I do not.
You didn't know.
When I'm watching a football game, like an NFL game, do I watch the Fox pregame show? No, I do not. I show up at the time that it's on, and I play fantasy football and win.
There you go. What time does the show actually start?
Right.
I know the reason behind this. It's because we have created all kinds of technology when it comes to TV and streaming to skip through commercials or to pay to avoid commercials. Like if you get the premium version of Hulu or something, you don't have to watch commercials, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you're sitting in a movie theater, they got you. Where are you going to go? What, are you going to storm out? You already got your popcorn, your soda. You're like, hey, the movie's going to start. And then they just start running endless commercials. You're like, I bet it's coming up next. Oh, come on. Well, it's certainly coming up after this one, right? Nope, you got to wait another one.
He said, where do you go? People go to the bar. That's why they do this.
They go to the bar.
Go to the bar.
I have noticed this also. The idea of it's so hard to get commercials in front of people.
Mm-hmm.
When you're captive audience. We've talked about this before. So I use something called a Fire Stick from Amazon for all my, I plug it in the back of my TV. It has all my little streaming things on it. They have a new update for the Fire Stick.
Wonderful.
When you turn it on, there's a commercial playing.
Right out of the gate.
It may be a commercial for a TV show. It may be a commercial for soda pop. But before I can even go, no, go to YouTube, there's a commercial
already
playing.
Commercial.
They're already playing commercials for me.
Yeah.
Because they're like, they're hoping I can't get to the remote quick enough.
I think, as I've said, when we go to the movies, I should be able to hold a remote control with a fast forward button.
Well, you want to pause it, don't you? So you can go.
I'd like to also use it to pause so I could go to the bathroom.
You want to pause and fast
forward through the commercials.
Like it.
Pause it when I'm an hour in because the bladder is full and I've got to go to the can.
And you had like a 32 ouncer, right?
No. Not paying those
drink.
Prices. No way. Are you kidding me?
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us.
Man, we can't spend money.
Can't do that.
Goodness gracious.
No. If you thought the stories of RFK Jr. were a little wacky,
like the worm that ate his brain,
what about the whale story?
The dead whales.
Dead whale strapped to the roof of the car.
Yeah, the bear head.
There was a bear involved.
Yeah, this one actually is way better.
It's coming up next.
It's so much better.
It is awesome. It's on the way. Outspoken on KTAR.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Arizona has some of the hardest water in the entire United States of America. There's no doubt about it. Listen, you know that. I know that. Maybe you're just new to Arizona and you're like, goodness gracious, what is this stuff coming out of the tap? It's awful. All right, hard water, not good for your health, not good for your skin, not good for your hair, not good for your home's plumbing and appliances. So what do? You call my friends at Aquazona Connecticut. Now, some of you are saying, well, I kind of already have like this water softener. It came with the house. It's not very good. All right. Aquazona Connecticut says this. Trade it in. Trade in your water softener, any brand, any condition. Get $500 off a twin tank Connecticut whole home system. I have that in my house. I love it. My wife loves it. When the kids were in the house, in high school and college, they loved it. It's non-electric. It's reliable. It's built for Arizona. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. Aquazona.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
This wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I've gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
The D-backs face off against the American League champion Toronto Blue Jays for a weekend series starting April 17th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
We're going to bring them back
to the Stone Ages where they belong.
An Arizona congressman is supporting the creation of an independent commission to oversee the president's fitness. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the News Center to tell us more.
Several House Democrats have helped introduce legislation that would create the independent commission on the president's capacity under the 25th Amendment. Among them is Arizona U.S. Rep. Greg Stanton, who says this should be a permanent fixture in the government, but also targeted President Trump.
He's threatened to blow up an entire civilization and other behavior. It lends itself to a discussion about whether or not the 25th Amendment should apply. I think we should have a professional commission take a look at that.
That proposed commission would be made up of former executive branch officials and medical professionals who could call for the sitting VP to take over as acting president. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
KTAR has reached out to the White House for comment. Arizona Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari has officially filed articles of impeachment against Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. 12 others joined Ansari in sponsoring this move, which accuses Hegseth of violating his oath of office and his duty to the U.S. Constitution, specifically concerning the conflict with Iran.
A KTAR News exclusive.
There's a lot of pressure to do something, but again, we have to approach it with reality.
That surprised Mayor Kevin Sarter discussing the planned ICE detention center in his city. He tells the Mike Broomhead Show there's been an open dialogue between the city and the federal government, and he's been pleased with the transparency so far. Sarter does not expect the facility to open until October or even later. More and more Americans are part of the sandwich generation, caring for both their own kids and their own parents. And the effect is showing up now in the economy. Cole Sonis with Marsh McLennan Agency in Scottsdale tells Arizona's Evening News.
We estimate that this is costing employers $44 billion a year annually through things like absenteeism, employees simply not showing up to work, presenteeism, showing up to work but not being fully engaged.
He says employers should know the benefits workers need in their lives, and workers should be familiar with the assistance programs that many companies offer for family needs. Time to check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101, Agua Fria, southbound near Camelback Road. Chandler with a crash blocking the HOV lane on the Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, westbound near the State Route 87 westbound transition. Phoenix with a crash off-right I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near 16th Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight we're looking for clear skies with our low about 60 degrees. Then tomorrow, partly cloudy, a high temperature around 89, sunny again by Friday at 85. Right now it's 87 in Glendale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp on Arizona's Morning News Thursday. What the FBI is doing in Arizona to help solve Indian country cold cases and why so many Native American women vanish. Join LaDonna Harvey and me from 5 to 8 a.m. on KTAR's YouTube channel or in your car on 92.3 FM.
I'm starting to think we're not sending our best. I'm getting a sneaking suspicion. RFK Jr., Director of Health and Human Services, Secretary. I'm not saying he's the last person that should be the Director of Health and Human Services, but he's got to be in like the bottom 5.
May I?
Please.
I've got a new book out, and it's all about RFK Jr. So, like, you know, when he talked about the worm that ate his brain?
Who amongst us hasn't had a worm
before
eat our brain?
And
it happens.
We're like, wow, that's crazy. But then we heard more stories that were even crazier. Like, I don't know, if you're in New York and you want to go to Central Park. I mean, as you say, who amongst us hasn't tossed a bear head in a park before?
Come on.
I mean, come on, right? Or,
but wait, there's more.
Said this.
And I said, I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats. And I know this disease will kill me.
Okay, all right.
Who amongst us?
I mean, really, who amongst us?
Those of you who haven't shouldn't be throwing stones.
Wait until you hear the new one. But
All right.
I must review.
Yes.
Remember the whale carcass that had washed ashore?
Oh, God.
And, well, RFK Jr. made a beeline for the beach.
Yes, he did.
And he said, you know what I need to do?
What?
I've got a chainsaw here. I'm decapitating the beast. And then he did it. But he then strapped the whale's enormous head to the roof of the family minivan with a bungee cord.
Again, as you would.
His kids were in the back seat. And every time RFK Jr. would accelerate on the highway.
Yep, what happened?
Whale juice would pour into the windows
Whale juice
of the car. The kids said the smell was, and I quote, rank.
That's how kids talk, by the way. I believe them. When they say that, that's exactly how kids talk.
He also swam in sewage a couple years ago.
Oh, remember that?
Sewage contaminated water.
I remember the sewage.
Okay, did I get to everything? Did I miss one?
You got to enough of it.
Okay. Well, this one takes the cake.
But yeah, so now there's taking into account all of that. We got a bigger one.
It's part of this book, RFK Jr., The Rise and Fall. Okay. So, I guess.
Yep.
He's in the family sedan, and he sees on the side of the road, well, there's a dead raccoon. Well, I need to do something about this. So he said he's, standing in front of the parked car he had pulled over. And he decides, well, while I'm here, I might as well take my knife.
Okay.
And it's a male raccoon, mind you.
We're about to find out.
Not anymore.
Oh.
He decided it's time for me to cut off the private parts.
Of a dead raccoon.
Of a dead raccoon. Because, and I quote, I'd like to study them later. End quote. His kids waited patiently in the car.
These kids have got to be traumatized at this point. If these kids turn out to be serial killers, I'm not going to be surprised.
I'm surprised he's not a serial killer. Can I ask you a question? Who cuts the
Nobody.
Who cuts that off?
Nobody does that. That's not a thing.
Is he collecting them?
Oh, God.
I'm just asking questions.
Well, he has like a box of them?
I have no idea. Does he have a box of this stuff?
Oh, good grief.
And so, I don't know if he still has it. I'm not really sure.
Wait, this is like Dr. Frankenstein. He's got the little the jars of formaldehyde, and he's got all the different parts of animals he's cut off in them.
I'm looking at a picture.
Big one for the whale head, obviously.
Right. Well, I'm looking at this raccoon, and I'm just like, oh,
Poor
gosh. You're dead, and then you got it cut off.
You insult to injury.
Yeah, you're dead on the side of the road.
I'm already dead. I got hit by a Buick. And now this nut job comes along.
He wants to study my stuff, man.
And he cuts it off.
What is he doing?
Well, maybe it shouldn't come as a surprise that RFK Jr. is the apple of Donald Trump's eye. Because Donald Trump has some interesting theories when it comes to health and medicine.
Oh.
According to Dr. Oz, are you familiar with Dr. Oz?
Gosh. This is all Oprah's fault, by the way.
Dr. Oz, who now leads the Center for Medicare and Medicaid.
Oprah found Dr. Oz.
Was on a podcast recently with Donald Trump Jr. Is that Uday or Kusei? I can't remember.
I don't
get them confused. And said, your dad, this is Dr. Oz speaking to Jr. Your dad argues that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass. If poured on grass, therefore, it must kill cancer cells inside the body.
Oh.
He said, we were on Air Force One the other day. He says he has something to talk about. I walk in, he has an orange diet soft drink, a Fanta, on his desk.
Oh, Fanta.
And he says, this stuff's good for me. It kills cancer cells.
Wait, who said that?
Trump said that to Dr. Oz.
No, he did not.
Trump then said it's made from orange juice. Quote, it's healthy. It can't be unhealthy because it's fresh squeezed.
Question.
Fanta is not fresh squeezed orange juice.
No, it's not. Was he dressed like Jesus at that point?
Unclear.
Okay.
Unclear.
All right.
So Trump believes that diet soda cures cancer because it kills grass if you pour it on it. By the way, more than one doctor has weighed in, specifically doctors who research cancer and diseases, and said, just to be clear, regular nor diet soda does not kill cancer. Just so we're 100% clear.
Didn't Trump say a light was going to cure COVID?
If you shoved up inside you.
Yeah, the light, yeah.
Which I think sounded worse than the disease.
It did.
Quite honestly, at that point.
I hate to say this, but I forgot something about RFK Jr.
Unbelievable.
It's also being reported in this new book that while he was in college, he went to college? While he was in college, he enjoyed putting chicks and mice in a blender.
What?
Yeah. That's awful. Ugh. And just so you know,
drugs are bad, okay, kids? Remember that. Drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. Just say no.
I said I'm not scared of a germ. I used to snort cocaine off the toilet seats.
All right.
That's your Director of Health and Human Services.
The results
Dr. Measles.
of RFK's rigorous whalehead and raccoon
research
part have not been publicly disclosed. The results of the studies yet, so it's something to look forward to.
Keep that in mind. We've got a check of the headlines on the way as I attempt to recover from that. Becky Lynn will do it.
There is no recovering from that.
Up next, they got caught in Sedona, and she had to quit her job. Is that fair? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Amazing Arizonans, the podcast where Mike Broomhead talks with some of our incredible Arizona people, like chef and TV host Mark Tarbell, Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, Pinal County Sheriff's Deputy Frank Slope, golfer Tom Lehman, former Arizona Governor Fife Symington. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper. Like and subscribe to it where you get your podcasts. Watch Amazing Arizonans on YouTube or go to KTAR.com and click on podcasts.
Parents, give your high schooler a summer that sets them up for success. With free summer school at Primavera Online, your student can catch up or get ahead in just 4 weeks while still enjoying their summer. For 25 years, Primavera has supported Arizona families with flexible, fully accredited, NCAA-approved online learning. Now enrolling free summer school for grades 9 through 12. Visit freesummerschool.com to enroll today. That's freesummerschool.com. Enroll today.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now, BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KTAR News Flash.
It's 446. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Walmart's generic food brands will soon look different to reflect, the company says, what shoppers want these days.
Great Value is not only Walmart's biggest private label food brand, it's one of the largest consumer brands in the country. The new redesign of its packaging will include newer, more appetizing food like lasagna garnished with a basil leaf on a red checkered tablecloth. Products will also more prominently display key ingredients and allergens, such as whether they're gluten or nut-free. Walmart says more shoppers are buying store brands to save money and that its Great Value redesign is the first in more than 30 years. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the road home now. It's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
You're back in Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp, I-17 southbound near Peoria Avenue. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101, Agua Fria southbound near Camelback Road. Gilbert with crash in the left-hand shoulder, Loop 22, Santiago Freeway eastbound near Power Road. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distribution. Schedule your retirement tax income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000. Or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Head of the Fiesta Sports Foundation, Eric Moses, with a big event he's going to announce on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can listen on air, online, or on the app.
So, is this going to be our version of sports talk right now? We're going to do that?
I don't think it has anything to do with sports.
How much do you hate the Patriots?
Here's the deal, and I know no one wants to hear this, but, like the Tom Brady Patriot, I can't stand him. I mean, they won all this stuff.
Fair enough.
But this year, I won my fantasy football league with the Patriots quarterback.
Well, there you
Drake
have it.
May is very good, and I don't hate the man because I've got bragging rights over all of my friends, and I'm a fantasy football champion.
Well, there is a kerfuffle
There
going
is.
on in the world of sports and sports reporting.
Yes, and usually I'd go all in on ripping the Patriots.
Yeah, where the coach of the Patriots, Mike Vrabel, the head coach,
Yes, they had a great year last year.
went to the Super Bowl.
That is true.
Has been caught in a relationship with an NFL reporter who reports for The Athletic, Diana Rossini.
Yes.
She resigned yesterday after the pictures were officially kind of released of her. I think the term is canoodling.
Okay.
Was there canoodling going on?
That makes sense.
It's a good word.
Canoodling.
Yeah.
Up in Sedona.
Yeah.
What happens in Sedona does not stay in Sedona.
No, it does not.
Apparently.
And what happened to him? Did he resign too?
See,
So
that's
here's
a
the
great
thing.
question. Why is it always the female that is wrong? Like, are you telling me that an NFL head coach, there's not something in your contract that says you're not supposed to canoodle with the media?
Right.
Oh, I guarantee you there's nothing in his contract that
Well,
says
there
that.
should be.
Yeah. But I'm saying, so what did he do wrong?
What did
Same
she
thing
do
she
wrong?
did.
She is a reporter covering the team.
Right.
So
Okay.
is she held to a standard, like a reporting standard, an ethical standard?
So you're saying this is her resignation is purely on an ethical standard,
Hers
being
is
a reporter to cover the team.
Hers is driven by her job.
Gotcha.
I mean, that's the
So
way I see it.
you don't think it's a morality thing that they're both married and that they were caught?
I don't think it's a scandal. No.
You don't think it's a scandal?
No, I don't think that. From what I understand,
They are both married, not to each other.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
So they were cheating.
Yeah. So it is a scandal. I thought that people were saying it was a scandal because she's reporting on the team.
Mm-hmm.
She has a job, and they're together. He could give her inside information. Is it ethical being a reporter and dating a head coach who you may have to go and interview? But, I mean, he looks just as bad as she does. You're cheating on your spouse.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, Mike Vrabel is in a much bigger position. This is a guy who makes
He just
millions
went to the Super Bowl.
millions and millions of dollars. I mean, there are not many head coaches in the NFL. He's one of them.
Like, I put it this way, and I'm not trying to defend them. It doesn't compromise his job.
Like it compromises hers?
To date a reporter, an NFL reporter, like it compromises her job. And if it was a female coach and a male reporter, I'd say the same thing. Like, I don't think it's a 50-50 thing.
Yeah, he's making the he
might have bad judgment. How's this?
Yeah.
Bad judgment on your part.
Yeah.
It's professional suicide on her part.
Okay, that makes sense.
To
Okay.
date the people you're covering?
Yeah, because if he was like the coach of the Cardinals, you could just fire him over this.
Good excuse, maybe.
You know what I mean? But you're one of the best coaches in the league.
Yeah.
Okay, does that mean he can do whatever he wants? No. I mean,
but
I'm glad they got caught because you know, if you're married, you shouldn't be doing this.
They also kind of lied about it, which didn't help.
And then they went to the Coldplay concert, which was really odd.
Yeah,
No, that's not them. That was not them. Boy, there's some pictures, though. Somebody must have followed them up there.
Yeah,
with
in
a
Sedona?
law-
To
yes.
Sedona.
Right.
How about that?
Because I think it was during that NFL meeting that was here in town.
Yeah. By the way, the bungalows at this little place up there, $2,300 a night.
I bet.
Just saying.
Shame. I know both of your names.
Checking the headlines on the way, and up next, it is time.
Here we
The
go.
face-off is
we go.
up next.
There we go.
We'll start with, is Trump still Justice Jesus online? And did he double down on it today?
Oh, gosh.
The face-off takes it on next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Advanced window products. Let's talk about your windows, everybody. Do you have builder-grade windows? If you do, you need advanced window products. Do you have windows that you can't see out of? I did. So I needed advanced window products. Here's the thing. I wanted new windows, but I didn't know who to call. Maybe you want new windows, but you don't know who to call. All right. Why advanced window products? How about trusting 40 years in business? Hey, 40 years is nothing to sneeze about. Is that the thing that I say? Is it nothing to sneeze about? Okay.
Sneeze at.
It's nothing to sneeze at if you know what I'm saying. You need high efficiency vinyl windows engineered for Arizona's hot climate. And that's exactly what you get from Advanced Window Products. 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. In the summertime, if you have builder-grade windows, all that heat from the outside is going to seep inside of your home, and it's going to make your energy bills go through the roof. So, I got all new windows from Advanced Window Products. You should get all new windows from Advanced Window Products. Go and check them out at advancedwindows.com, advancedwindows.com. And here's my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Gatos. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Gatos special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call now, 480-746-4280. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-746-4280 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Jamie West here for Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix, where you're invited to tour and taste. Tuesday morning, April 21st at 9, 10, and 11, explore a variety of residences to check out layouts, finishes, and everyday livability. Then, chat with a member of their expert culinary team as you enjoy a delicious brunch. Text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
I live in this house the next 25 years. I don't plan to paint again.
Springtime in Phoenix, and Will is tired of painting year after year. So he called Rhino Shield.
We have a one-story house built in the mid-'80s, but it was ugly. We looked at different options, and we got quotes from standard paint companies, but I saw ads for Rhino Shield, so I thought, well, I want to check into this at least.
And Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix.
The other paint companies did measurements and gave me a quote. With Rhino Shield, they came out, they did measurements, but they sat down with me, explained the product. The Rhino Shield product is so much different from paint.
Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year transferable warranty, and right now you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And now that we've had the process done, I absolutely love it. Just looks fantastic.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Tombstone Tactical. This is a great resource for all of your firearms needs, for firearms, for ammunition, and for accessories. Great prices, knowledgeable staff, and excellent customer service. They have a 90-day same-as-cash program, a 90-day layaway program, depending on your financial situation, to take care of all of your needs. They are located north of Dunlap Road on the west side of the I-17, or you can always shop online right now at tombstonetactical.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News. Now.
It is 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New today, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs signed a bill into law during her bill moratorium. She signed SB 1503, which will pay families of those who lose a first responder in the line of duty a one-time payment of $250,000. Hobbs says this bill and one adding supplemental funding for the Department of Public Safety are the only bills she'll sign during the bill moratorium. APS has changed its disconnection policy for non-payment as a result of a $7 million settlement after a customer died from extreme heat in 2024. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live now in the News Center to explain.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays says APS has also agreed to fund a $1 million consumer assistance program with the settlement money.
With at least $800,000 going directly as bill credits to APS customers who are behind on their bills.
Going forward, APS will not turn the power off if it's 95 degrees or hotter. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
APS is also expanding its safety net program so customers can add an emergency contact to be notified if they're at risk of losing service. The U.S. Navy is turning ships around near the Strait of Hormuz as thousands of additional American troops are set to arrive in the region. ABC's chief foreign correspondent Ian Pennell is in Tel Aviv.
We're hearing the dramatic new warnings the U.S. Navy is issuing to ships in the region.
If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force. The whole of the United States Navy is ready to force compliance. Now,
the U.S. looking to put maximum pressure on Iran, with thousands more U.S. forces set to arrive in the region soon. Iran calling the blockade a violation of the ceasefire, warning it'll stop any exports and imports in the Persian Gulf, the Sea of Oman, and the Red Sea.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Democrats in the U.S. House have introduced legislation to create an independent commission to oversee the president's capacity to run the nation. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton says it's especially important amid President Trump's aggressive statements toward Iran. The proposed commission would be made up of former executive branch officials and medical professionals who could call for the sitting VP to take over. KTAR has reached out to the White House for comment.
Arizona votes.
A one-time Arizona Independent Party candidate for governor will remain on the ballot. A Maricopa County judge has cleared the way for Hugh Lytle to continue his campaign. Lytle's candidacy was thrown into some question after a court ruled the name change from the No Labels Party to Arizona Independent Party should not have been allowed to happen.
Eyes on education.
A semiconductor clean room is kept sterile to be sure chips are built in a clean environment. Well, now Arizona K-12 students will have the chance to work in one.
Trade School West Mac opened the first semiconductor clean room open to elementary and high school students in the country, working with local semiconductor companies like TSMC to teach students how to build a chip. Julie Rodriguez, Director of Program Research and Development at West Mac, says when younger students enter the clean room, the curriculum may have to be adjusted.
Taking like paper towels, wiping it down, putting that underneath like a microscope, looking at the lint, and then identifying why we have to have a clean room, why it's so important.
The clean room will also be open to parents and teachers for opportunities to learn about the semiconductor industry. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. Let's check traffic with Enrique Garcia. He's got a look at things in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a crash off right. Loop 22, Santiago Freeway, westbound near Alma School Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101, Agua Fria, southbound near Camelback Road. And Gilbert with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 22, Santiago Freeway, eastbound near Power Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th at dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
After a clear sky tonight with a low of 60, tomorrow we should be partly cloudy. Our high temp around 89, sunny and 85 on Friday. Right now in Scottsdale it's 84. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
All right, always highly anticipated, the face-off. We bring it to you every Wednesday at 5 o'clock. Let's see who's facing off 1 hour of politics. We've got Christine Jones back, attorney and former GoDaddy chief counsel. Hi, Christine.
Hello, friends.
Great to see you.
Likewise.
Paul Johnson, former mayor of Phoenix, in the big chair over there. Paul, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
And we've got Tim Mooney, new to the panel.
First timer.
Founder of Morning in America, political consultant for 35 plus years. Tim, nice to have you here.
Great to be here. Be nice to the rookie.
Is this like the Rocky Horror Picture Show?
There's no rookie over there.
Where if you're a virgin, you have to do something.
Yes,
he is far from a rookie.
We'll start out light.
Oh, okay.
President Trump had an AI-generated image of himself posted on social media depicting him as, of course, Jesus. And criticism ensued, and so some of the president's religious backers said, it's not very good, Mr. President. What are you doing? And so he said, well...
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And
you're lying. Okay, Paul Johnson. Like, what do you make of this? Like, it seems like every week, first it was Easter Sunday, and we're gonna commit genocide.
That was a heck of a religious week, wasn't it?
We're gonna use the F word. So what do you make of all this stuff?
Well, on this one, I'll be honest with you, it's hard for me to get exercised about it. I am a little worried. I'm deeply worried about the president becoming proficient with AI technology and his tweet thing. That could be interesting to see what we're going to start having to observe. But, I look at this. I can't imagine that it helps him with his base. I can't imagine that it helps him with anyone else. But it's just so regular to see him do this stuff that it's beyond the shock level of. We're becoming numb to it. I am. Yeah. I mean, it's like, look, I'm going to focus on the big ones. Later on in the program here, we're going to talk about Iran. That's a big one.
Okay,
that's one that.
But he's running the war in Iran. So, well, let's go to Tim Mooney. Is he unhinged? Is he not in his right mind? Because I can't figure out why he would want to mock not only the Muslims when he said praise Allah, but now he's talking to Christians and he's at war with the Pope we'll get to. I mean, is he in his right mind or is he just trolling?
Well, he's one of one. I mean, there's no one else like him before, and there will be no one like him after he's gone. And the problem with this is not that this is such a big deal, but it's cumulative. At some point, you just get tired of seeing the circus. How many times do you need to watch the big clowns coming out of the little car?
Right.
At some point, you say, all right, I've seen it. Let's move on. And every president, they get to a point in their presidency where they lose the right to be heard. Look, in 2008 or 2012, George W. Bush and Barack Obama could have held a press conference naked and no one would have cared because they had moved on.
Okay.
With the amount of noise that he is producing
That's
every
a horrible
day.
image, by the way. I apologize.
I'm
like,
you'll remember it.
Yeah, I will.
But the amount of noise that he's making every single day means that the time that we're going to be tired of hearing from him is going to be sooner than most presidents.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at the past 10 days. We've witnessed him being as unhinged as he's ever been. Easter Sunday, praise Allah, posted a blasphemous picture of him as Jesus. Then he said he was Dr. Jesus. Then he picked a fight with the Pope, and then there were peace talks with Iran that broke down while he was at a UFC event. And then he announced a blockade to the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, that might be the biggest one here, Christine. But I am worried about his mental acuity, just like I was worried about Joe Biden, and I knew that guy wasn't fit to run the White House either.
Well, different kind of mental acuity issue, first of all. And I don't think the timing is as significant as the content. For Christians and people who fancy themselves as followers of Christ, it's blasphemous.
Yeah.
I mean, I've talked to people, this is the world I exist in.
Well, you're wearing a cross today.
I am wearing a giant diamond cross, which, by the way, goes back to Obama, but we can get to that another day.
Okay.
They are offended by this, highly offended, especially Catholics. And it wasn't picking the fight with the Pope that bothered them. Like, why would you alienate the world's 1 billion Catholics? I have no idea. It seems odd to me. But the portrayal of himself as Jesus. Now, to Mayor Johnson's point, I think he did not create this.
No.
Thank God.
He saw the picture and...
He doesn't know. But he thinks it's so funny and he thinks he's so clever and all of these things get Gatos all wrapped around the axle and twisted into a pretzel, and he loves that.
Yeah.
He loves that we're sitting about here talking about him. So, Tim, he's not going to stop doing this. He's not going to show up for a press conference naked, thank all that is good and holy, but he's not going to stop doing this because he knows you hate it.
I mean, listen, I've kind of held my tongue on, is he a Christian? I never thought he was. He says he is. And I don't like to be, like, judgmental about somebody's faith.
I do that.
Bruce does that.
No problem doing that.
But does a Christian threaten and promise mass genocide? No. Does a Christian go online and say, I'm Jesus? I'm just as I am him?
This isn't the first. I think here's what I don't fully understand. It's not necessarily the first time. Maybe he hasn't specifically posted like this on Easter week or whatever, but there's been plenty of images of him, riding on a white steed, with lightning bolts coming out of his hand, like this godlike, deity-like thing. I think that's how he sees himself.
Okay, so I think the next question should be...
But wait, quickly, before we go past,
yeah.
He has Paula White as the head of the White House religion office. This woman is certifiably nuts.
Yeah.
She showed up in a nightgown at the podium comparing him to Jesus on Good Friday. So what did we expect? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, when are Christians gonna and I'm one, but I didn't vote for Trump because I'm a Christian. And Bruce and I, spent a whole show on that. I didn't vote for the guy because I'm a Christian. I don't need a Christian in the White House.
Your morals and your values.
But what I don't need is someone telling me he's a Christian when we all know he isn't.
Sure.
Yeah, I think.
But what you see all the time, though, and you've seen this dozens of times, is he does something that seems crazy, or and it's like, well, this is the one that's going to remove him from his base. This is the one who's now gone too far. Well, we'll know which one is the one, but only looking backwards by a long way.
Yeah, I was speaking to a friend of mine who is deeply religious and been a big Trump supporter and still is a Trump supporter the other day. I won't mention his name, but, we got into a conversation about it. And the point that he made to me was, he said, look, in the first term, he made the comment, the president made the comment, that he was asked, has he ever asked God for forgiveness? And he says, I don't think I've ever done anything that I needed to ask God for forgiveness.
Of course not.
Wow. His point to me
This is the 2 Corinthians guy, right? I just want to double check.
I think I've asked God for forgiveness 5 times already today.
But the other point that he made to me, I liked. He goes, look, he said, I'm going to defend the president. He says, but I have to tell you, I'm happy that I won't have to be doing that for much longer.
Fair enough.
That's actually a really interesting admission.
Fair enough.
Well, but when will the evangelicals? What did they say?
But what does he need from them anymore? He's not running for re-election. I don't think he cares. He still what's in it for him?
He still wants some people to support him, and they're a big part of his base. But when are they going to get it right that he is not good for Christianity? I think Donald Trump.
Where are they going to go?
I think Donald Trump pushes people away from Christianity.
Well, it's not about where they're going to go. They've got an election coming up, a midterm election.
Like where are they going to go
you
politically?
You can suppress that turnout. It's just he does these things on a constant basis. Again, it's hard for me to get exercised about this one because there's just so many others.
I'm with you on that. You almost have to pick and choose.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people say, why don't you guys in the face-off talk about him building that big ballroom? Let me tell you something. There's more important things, and I don't really care about the ballroom.
I feel exactly the same. It's like, let's focus on the big issues.
I think this one's important.
But you talk about the Republicans and maybe the I'm going to be polite to the experts in the room, the headwinds they may be facing in the midterms. Do you think Trump cares about the Republican Party?
Great question.
I think he cares about being reviewed on a constant basis by Democrats if they're in control of the House. I think he's worried about the things that they might do to his agenda. He's not.
Some of the reporting says he's surrounded by people that tell him, you're doing great.
Yeah,
you're the most popular president who ever lived.
Every president has been around people who tell them
bunch of
they're great.
sycophants. Yeah.
How many senators have you met? How many are not egomaniacs? The whole notion of running for office means you have to be an egomaniac because it is saying to the public, "I'm what you need. and I'm better than that other person.
And I can solve all your problems.
They used to call it maritis at the city.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Catch maritis.
By the way, the ballroom would be a great addition. If you've ever been in the White House, it's amazingly small. They need a ballroom.
Okay. Like I heard
It's a little rundown too.
I heard,
it
I
could
heard
be spruced up.
George W. Bush say, and I like George W. Bush. I heard him say when there's a big a decision to be made, what and who knows, he could be lying to me. I don't know. I like to bring in all the experts, and I like them to tell me the truth. Tell me what you think I should do. Tell me what you think is best for the country. And then at the end of the day, I'll make that decision.
Sure.
I don't think Trump does that. I don't think he has people around him. We heard all about the meeting in the Situation Room with Trump and his daddy, Benjamin Netanyahu, and he's like, let's go to war.
I highly
okay, let's
recommend
go.
You read H.R. McMaster's book. It makes this point, I think, in a wonderful way. And by the way, he has stayed away from any deep criticism of the president, and in many ways is still a supporter. But he talks about the importance of the National Security's Office and how it plays a role in trying to help the president pull together an agenda, but also then go out and sell it to other departments. I think that the president has a problem with process. His idea of a process is, I'm going to decide it, and you guys are going to go implement it. And what I learned in government is that process really does matter. It plays a role. It plays a role in the law, it plays a role in the courts, it plays a role in a check and balance between different parties. But in this particular case, it also can play a role in making certain that your worst instincts don't end up becoming what harms you.
All right. Paul Johnson, Tim Mooney, Christine Jones, the face-off. When we come back, why did Trump pick a fight with the Pope? Of all people, the Pope. I don't see the win in that for him. We'll talk about it next on the face-off.
Hey, I'm going to talk to you about my friends at Trajan Wealth. And let's be honest, no two retirement plans look the same. As a matter of fact, they shouldn't. Trajan Wealth gets that. They understand that. Their fiduciary advisors help plan around your life, your unique circumstances. And they come up with smart strategies for growth, for taxes, and income you can count on. All right? Keep in mind, the cookie cutter approach that some take, no. You're not getting that at Trajan Wealth. It is a one-on-one, absolutely customized plan that works for you. Takes into account everything that you have and your goals, your expectations of retirement. You can find out more by going to TrajanWealth.com. It's TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:18, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The death penalty still on the table for Ian Mitchum. He was convicted last week of killing Allison Feldman in 2015. The Scottsdale woman was found beaten to death and sexually assaulted. Today, a jury found aggravating factors that moves the case to sentencing where he could get life in prison or death. The case was the first in Arizona where familial DNA testing was used to identify a murder suspect. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp I-17 southbound near Peoria Avenue. Tempe with a crash off-right. Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Broadway Road. And Chandler with a crash off-right. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway westbound near Alma School Road. This report is brought by Barrow Neurological Institute. Researchers in Phoenix are studying how COVID impacts the brain. Ages 30 through 89, text study to 620, see if you qualify. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
This is The Face-Off. Joining us in studio, if you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel, working my way across, we've got a first-timer, Timothy Mooney, founder of Morning and American, political consultant. We also have Christine Jones, attorney and former GoDaddy chief counsel, and the former mayor of the great state of Phoenix, the great city of Phoenix. What am I talking about? Paul Johnson is here. I was really trying to build it up, Paul. I was doing my best, okay? Great to have all of you in here. Trump has decided, Trump world, because apparently J.D. Vance has weighed in on this as well. The Pope apparently is weak on crime. I don't know the crime stats at the Vatican. I'm going to admit that, but apparently he's weak on crime, and I get the sense that they think he's kind of woke. And if they think that, I think they're going to be stunned when they find out about Jesus. I really do. I think it's going to be eye opener. And by the way, who died and put this Pope in charge?
Oh, for crying
Seriously.
out loud.
I mean, there is something. We got to get to the bottom of that. What is the win in fighting with the Pope?
Start with
and
Tim.
do they have about this? Do they have a point? Is the Pope wading into politics as their argument?
Well, first off, no, there is no win here.
Okay.
But as Matthew 22 says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. So while the president shouldn't be attacking the Pope should stay out of politics.
Okay.
And he hasn't. And look, when you have Rwanda right now,
horrible,
and you have 100,000 Christians killed, 18,000 churches burned, talk about a genocide. Where's the Pope on that? Where's the woke demonstrations on that? So I think it would do better if the two boxers went back to their corners.
Christine?
Yeah, I think it's really unusual for a non-Catholic to pick a fight with a pope because it's kind of irrelevant, and to alienate the world's 1 billion Catholics seems an odd choice for a politician. Nevertheless...
Well, J.D. Vance has taken up the fight.
Sure. And is Vance Catholic? Is he
Yes, he
affirmatively
converted.
Catholic?
That's what I was told.
Oh, Charlie Kirk converted him after he died. Apparently that's the thing. So I really don't understand it, except that, and I love to tease him about this.
Okay.
Gatos gets wrapped around the axle about this, and so Trump loves it, right? This is the Trump personality.
Yeah, but I believe,
and they love anything that's controversial.
I know that he's a troll, but I speak out when we talk about Christianity, and I'm not going to pull any punches. Like I told Bruce this, like when he dresses Jesus, I said, the last thing I want to do is talk about this, but we have to lead the show with this. So I'm always going to speak out about that. I'd rather talk about something different. I'd rather not talk about Iran. We're going to talk about that next. But I think if you don't speak out, if you're a Christian and you don't speak out about what Trump is doing in a picture of himself with Jesus and all that, then you're not doing your job. Paul Johnson, what do you make of the Pope?
Well, a comment on...
Seems like a nice guy you could start with, right?
He's
the Pope
an
seems
American.
Like
he is from Chicago.
He's a Cubs fan. He's no.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Sox
White Sox fan.
Yeah.
So,
was he a Sox fan?
Yeah, he's from the South Side. Yeah.
All right, now I'm on Trump's side on this
Okay,
thing.
fair enough.
First, I think religious leaders and political leaders don't have to come from the same place. I think they should come from different places. I think the idea that you have a religious leader that's talking about peace and a president who's talking about national security, those are different places, different people.
Or is he talking about genocide?
Ideas. And my own personal opinion with the Pope is that I thought that his comments were appropriate. I went back and read them. I didn't see anything offensive about the comments that he had made on this particular point. I do believe, with Donald Trump, for me, what this issue represents is more problematic for me, and it comes down to this issue. This country is deeply divided. It's just deeply divided, and we badly need in our country and in the world someone who can pull us back together. Now, I've seen great leaders in the past that did that. I thought Ronald Reagan did a great job of being able to reach out to the other side and pull people back in.
Great.
I think Republicans could do it. I think there are Democrats that can do it, even still representing their point of view. But I think if you gave him the world and said, but all you got to do is find a way to reach out to the other side, people who disagree with you, he can't mentally, psychologically do it.
And
It's
there's no slight too small that he doesn't think is worth getting into a fight over,
we
be
know
it the Pope or not.
This isn't news to us. We've known this since 2016, right? It's the
No,
way
he
it works.
He even said it at Charlie Kirk's funeral. He hates the other side.
Yeah.
Hates.
And, I was at Charlie Kirk's funeral, and...
Wait. What? Excuse me? Breaking news. You went to Charlie Kirk's funeral?
Of course I did. First, he's from Arizona. Second, he had a young family. He was murdered in a horrific, horrible way. And he represented a set of ideas that I think were important.
Why surprise, Christine? Why?
I just thought so many people in Arizona have accused him of such horrible things. Maybe
Me?
it's all about Tyler Bowyer.
No,
but,
not you.
But
No.
so many people have accused Charlie Kirk of horrible things.
Oh.
I didn't notice very many people from the other side of the aisle frequenting that event.
I was there, and now there were two speeches that stood out to me. One was Stephen Miller, and the other was Donald Trump. By the way, his wife did a beautiful job. It was I was moved to tears in listening to her. But, Miller gave this speech that was not just divisive. It was almost like talking about burning down the other side. And,
But his speech was better in the original German.
There is that, yes. It played a lot better.
We're going to leave it at that.
Played a lot better.
Oh, my goodness.
Ja, Freddy. Echte Liebe. All right. Hey, this is The Face-Off. Christine Jones, Paul Johnson, Timothy Mooney. We're coming back, and on the other side, here's a question for the group. We'll take this one on. Is this the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning of the war in Iran? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken inside The Face-Off on KTAR.
War with Iran.
Trump criticizing NATO allies for not helping with the war effort as he looks increasingly isolated. Another of his key allies, Viktor Orban of Hungary, who was close with Vladimir Putin, now voted out of office. Some voters saying it's a return to democratic values. And the Lebanese and Israeli governments holding the first direct talks in decades in Washington. Both agreeing to more talks.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
All right, we got an affordability crisis. Everything costs more. You're dumping a ton of money into your gas tank, and you're looking at your finances and you're saying, how can we save some money there? So how can we save some money every month? My suggestion, call the One Mortgage team. If you got a mortgage, let's say you're in a house, you got a mortgage in the last, let's say 3 years or so, call the One Mortgage team and ask about refinancing. When you refinance your mortgage, you'll save money every month. This is a good thing for you to do. Now, the One Mortgage team could tell you, hey, listen, you're doing well, sit tight, you don't need to refinance. They'll actually tell you that. They will always shoot straight. So if you want to contact them and you want them to track the daily interest rates, they can do that for you. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market, alert you when the right time is to finance, okay? Refinance. Once again, ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Rosie on the house. Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the house, an Arizona tradition since 1988.
Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
At the Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to know you, offering affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I'm Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Pierce Kenworthy. Doctor, can you tell us about the new services recently introduced at the Eye Institute?
We are thrilled to have a whole new laser refractive suite here, including 2 fully functioning lasers, the Visimax 800, very helpful for performing LASIK, which is what most people hear about, but there's some others as well, including PRK, photorefractive keratectomy, and a newer type of refractive surgery called SMILE, which stands for small incision lenticular extraction. What that means to say is it's a much smaller part of the cornea being removed and still achieving the same effect to change the patient's prescription by changing the shape of the cornea.
Experience the Midwestern difference in vision care, adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye treatment, and ophthalmology services. Conveniently located in Glendale near 59th Avenue in Utopia. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either, because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself and Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs signed a bill into law during her bill moratorium.
SB 1503 will pay families of those who lose a first responder in the line of duty a one-time payment of $250,000. Hobbs says this bill and one adding supplemental funding for the Department of Public Safety are the only bills she will sign during a bill moratorium. She started vetoing all bills that came to her desk earlier this week, demanding the Republican legislature negotiates a balanced budget in good faith. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
An Arizona congressman is supporting the creation of an independent commission to oversee the president's fitness. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, several House Democrats have helped introduce legislation that would create the independent commission on the president's capacity under the 25th Amendment. Among them is Arizona U.S. Rep. Greg Stanton, who says this should be a permanent fixture in the government, but also targeted President Trump.
He's threatened to blow up an entire civilization and other behavior. It lends itself to a discussion about whether or not the 25th Amendment should apply. I think we should have a professional commission take a look at that.
And that proposed commission would be made up of former executive branch officials and medical professionals who could call for the sitting VP to take over as acting president. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Meanwhile, KTAR has reached out to the White House for comment. The best estimate of losses to ransomware attacks every year is now approaching $60 billion. ABC's Jim Ryan says a growing number of perpetrators aren't even old enough to legally drink.
The case of education software company PowerSchool is a prime example. Matthew Lane, who was 18 at the time, hacked in and demanded millions in ransom in exchange for files on 60 million kids and 10 million teachers. It wasn't that he needed the money.
I was addicted to hacking.
Captured, tried, and convicted, Lane hopes to be a cautionary tale to other young hackers.
The skill set you have is a blessing. You should be using it not to take, but to give.
Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Time to check on the road home now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia, who's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with a crash off right, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Bullard Avenue. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp, I-17 southbound near Peoria Avenue. This report is brought to you by Swartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for the Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, it should be clear. We'll see 60 for the overnight low. And then tomorrow, a few clouds. High of 89. Friday, sunny and 85. Back up to 89 by Saturday, though. It's 84 currently in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken presents Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, here we go. The second part of the face-off. Let's reintroduce our panel. Great first half. We've got Christine Jones, attorney and former GoDaddy chief counsel. Paul
Hello.
Johnson, former mayor of Phoenix. And Tim Mooney is here, founder of Morning in America, political consultant, 35-plus years. Let's talk about the war in Iran. We've got U.S. ships in the Strait of Hormuz. We've got a blockade. We've got 6,000 to 10,000 more American troops headed there. Who's more desperate for a deal, Trump or Iran? Tim?
Well, it needs to be Iran. I don't want a president taking us to war worried about poll numbers. That's not what you should be worried about. You should be worried about what history will say 50 years from now, not what you're going to have happen to you 40 weeks from now.
Is that realistic in today's day and age? And I only say, I'd love to tell you I was there. The Vietnam War was driven by a lot of public opinion, and I think some of the wars in the Middle East, we had leaders and the public sour on them, and you could see that in poll numbers, and it changed the way we prosecuted the war in many ways.
It does. Again, is it possible? We hope that it is, and we'll see that it is. But with regards to the war with Iran, look, we've been at war with Iran for about a month, 5 weeks.
5 weeks-ish.
Right? Iran's been at war with the United States for 47 years. Every year for 47 years, Iran has killed Americans. Every year.
Through its proxies, through IEDs, et cetera. Yeah.
Exactly. And the other thing with regards to the war with Iran is this. When it comes to keeping madmen away from nuclear weapons, I'd rather have a president that did too much too soon than one that did too little too late.
All right, Christine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with this. Coming back to your question, who needs or who wants the deal the most? I think Trump has now demonstrated, and we've mentioned this in so many different contexts, he's willing to do something absolutely abjectly crazy, but Iran is willing to use a nuclear weapon. So who needs a deal better? It might actually be us, right?
Didn't Trump say he was going to possibly use a nuke to
well, he didn't
kill
say
everybody
nuke.
in
He
Iran?
said he was going to.
Well, how do you kill everybody?
Eliminate a civilization.
How do you eliminate a civilization?
Oh, we don't need that, right? So we have bombs now that are 2,000 times more powerful than what you
to eliminate all of Iran?
Not one bomb, obviously, but you cannot let these people have a nuclear weapon. And if there's still a vestige of a hope of borrowed missiles or some kind of launch system or something that they can use to threaten the entire human civilization, we have to make sure to eliminate it.
So they're going to keep all their uranium. They still have one of the 20 million Ayatollahs who's running the nation.
There's Ayatollahs in waiting.
It's one big family.
It is.
No doubt.
Strait of Hormuz was open. Now it's pretty much closed. We're not getting anything out of this.
Well, and
we're not winning this war.
Well, and I think it's fair to say, and we stole the term, is the scoreboard for most Americans is the price of gas on the street corner. Yeah, how well is it going? What's that number today?
100% the scorecard, which is really interesting. That's the thing that got people mad.
That's the thing.
It wasn't their family members going to fight this worthless war, but we all need a deal, and we all want the strait to be reopened. But as we know, you have to follow the money there, and it's going to get opened when we want it to be opened.
Do you guys think that our president got totally dog-walked into this war? Because I do. Netanyahu totally hook, line, and sinkered Donald Trump in less than 60 minutes in the Situation Room.
Well, if you believe that New York Times article, almost everything that Netanyahu promised in that February meeting in the Situation Room hasn't come true.
It feels like Netanyahu's running our country, not Donald Trump.
I think that's a little unfair, but I think it's unfair in this way. Israel's been trying to talk us into going to war with Iran for 40 years.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not. This isn't a new thing.
Every other president looked at the plan and said, yeah,
right.
no.
And I wonder sometimes about the motive of blaming Israel. My answer to that is we're big boys. We elect our own president. The idea that somebody...
You would think.
But I mean, if your answer is President Trump isn't smart enough to see past what Bibi might try to get him to do, my answer is, well, that's not Bibi's problem. Bibi's trying to look out for what is in his country's best interest.
And it was getting us into a war.
Look, I'm not a Bibi fan. I'll start by saying that.
Okay.
But I think that it's unfair to blame them. And oftentimes that carries over to something even greater.
Ultimately, you blame Trump for being duped.
But no.
We should be blaming Donald Trump for being duped.
I think that's true. But... Well,
I don't think he was duped at all, though.
Not at all.
I disagree.
That's a fallacy.
If you believe he was duped, then I believe it was his fault, not Bibi's. All right? What I would say to you is this. I start with this position. We have young 19 and 20-year-olds out in forward positions. They come from
thousands of them.
They're not the wealthiest people in this country. Oftentimes, they're the poorest. We should always remember these are our troops. They're doing the things that we asked them to do, and we should be supportive. Second, the military, I think, did an amazing job in terms of what they've done. But in the end, we are going to come down to not who needs a deal more, who has the most leverage. That's really the issue. And if the leverage issue is on the side of us, we had leverage before we attacked. The question is, do we have leverage now?
Well,
the Iranians clearly have
the Strait
leverage,
of Hormuz.
which is the Strait of Hormuz. And if we leave that strait in their hands, we're not only going to lose, put ourselves in a position where they're going to control the world's economy, they are also going to be able to get nukes. It is almost inevitable. So I happen to think, while I disagree with a lot with Donald Trump with what he's done on this issue, I think the blockade probably is a reasonable effort to try to make certain that we don't lose it.
First of all, I don't think he was duped at all.
Okay.
When your two negotiators that you trust implicitly are told by the Iranians, we have enough fission for 11 nuclear weapons and we can put them together in weeks, you've got one or two choices. You can believe them or not. And again, the risk is in the not believing them. When your opponent says we're going to have a nuclear weapon in a matter of weeks, it is incumbent upon this president or any president.
Who said they had in 2 weeks?
That was what the negotiators said.
So Iran told us
Iran negotiators said they have enough for 11 nuclear weapons, and we can put them together in weeks.
Iran? Why are we
So
believing
I was going to
Iran?
say, can I don't disagree with that. I know that's one of the things. So are we supposed to believe that the Iranians are lying and Trump's telling the truth, or that Trump's lying and the Iranians are telling the truth? Like, which side is blustering? Which side, we're going to wipe out a civilization? We're 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Like, it strikes me that I don't know if you can believe the words that come out of anybody's mouth at this point.
Well, again, what I would say is, when it comes to this, it is better to be doing more sooner than too little, too late. Look, North Korea has a nuclear weapon for deterrence. Iran wanted a nuclear weapon for sport and would use it as soon as they got it. If you've read Andy Jacobson's book called Nuclear War, which everyone should, she lays out that we're on a trigger. If a nuclear weapon is used anywhere for any purpose, we're all dead in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So if those are the stakes, I don't want a president looking and thinking about the midterms. I don't want a president who's going to, well, maybe they're telling the truth or maybe not. Look, we had the opportunity to take out the leadership and the military apparatus, and we took it. Now we have to finish this. There must be regime change. You must take that.
Oof.
And I think if you do that, the majority of Persians are not religious.
It's about 90-10. We hear the 10% of the ruling class.
Right.
Now.
So we just
the
need
mullahs.
Right. So this is a dirty business, but the business is you got to kill all 10%.
Woof.
But that's
roughly
that's
9 million. I don't want to. I'm no math whiz, but yes, I appreciate it.
You don't have to kill 9 million. You got to kill enough where the others say, I would prefer to live.
There you go. That's Timothy Mooney. Also, Christine Jones, Paul Johnson. This is The Face-Off. Coming up next, let's bring it back home again. Is Senator Gallego's presidential bid over before it even began? We'll talk about it next. This is The Face-Off on KTAR.
Rosie
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hi, I'm Sherry with LifeSource Water. Every day begins and ends with water. It's in your coffee, your child's bath, the glass on your nightstand. It's the one thing your family uses constantly, yet most people never question it. A LifeSource whole house system treats every drop of your water, giving your family clean, conditioned water from every tap. Don't miss our free installation special. Call our local factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends this month.
Warranty limitations apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Everyone loves springtime in Phoenix, so don't ruin it painting. Do what your neighbor Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks in the stucco and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard. And after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. They just didn't leave a mess. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
Better than paint, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty, and now get the protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Rhino Shield, I think it increases the value and the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. If you're serious about losing weight, now's the time because you can do it for free. For a limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss will waive your startup fee when you begin any program. With plans starting as low as $149 per month, you can't afford to miss this opportunity. Lose up to 20 pounds by this time next month for as low as $149. Red Mountain's the leader in medical weight loss with personalized plans tailored to your needs from doctors who specialize in weight loss. They offer a wide variety of programs, GLP-1 medications, as well as RM3, the fastest way to lose weight. RM3 helps overcome issues, slowing metabolism, menopause, hormone imbalance, or any other issue you might be having. Book online appointment today. We'll ship medication directly to your door. Get started for free. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or pound 250 on your smartphone. Use the key phrase Red Mountain. That's pound 250, key phrase Red Mountain.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. New tonight, the man convicted in the murder of Scottsdale woman Allison Feldman in 2015 is a step closer to learning his fate. Today, a jury found aggravating factors in the case, which means the death penalty is still a sentencing option, along with life in prison. This case marked the first in Arizona where familial DNA testing was used to identify a murder suspect. It triggered a years-long legal battle over whether DNA evidence could be presented to a jury. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic for us now, let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a crash blocking the left-hand lane on the Loop 202 Santiago Freeway westbound near Cooper Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway northbound near Dobbins Road. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Experience the lifestyle that is waiting for you or a loved one at Beatitudes Campus on Saturday, April 25th. Text RSVP to 620-620 for more info. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluid. fluids, engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
We jump right back into the face-off with our esteemed panel. Paul Johnson, former mayor of Phoenix, Christine Jones, attorney and former GoDaddy chief counsel, and first-timer doing an awesome job. That's Timothy Mooney, founder of Morning in America and a political consultant here. Senator Gallego, the junior senator from the great state of Arizona, finds himself in a bit of hot water over this whole Eric Swalwell, Congressman Swalwell, scandal, sex scandals, allegations of rape, horrible.
He's disgusting.
Ruben Gallego is kind of closely tied to Swalwell. He is certainly out front now trying to distance himself, but is his presidential campaign over before it even started?
We'll go back to where we started with the Jesus thing, from your lips to God's ears. I cannot joke about this because Swalwell is such a disgusting pig. He should be in prison, and I hope he goes there. And
there are investigations going on. Yes,
there is.
Criminal.
Affirmatively. Ruben Gallego, I think, claims him as his very best friend. There are legion pictures of them topless on, camels and things like that at congressional delegations.
He was ahead of his reelection chair and all this.
They're
literally
legitimately good friends. And it's apparently, kind of a well-known thing in D.C. that they run together. Ruben Gallego never had a chance, friend. He never had a chance.
Oh, as president, you meant.
Never.
Got it.
Okay, so is it over? Yes, but it was always over. It was never going to happen. And I'm going to keep saying that in case there's just one single person out there that's willing to vote for him. There was never a chance he was going to become the president.
Ruben Gallego, birds of a feather. This is a guy who divorces his 9-month pregnant wife and then announces that his lobbyist girlfriend is his fiancée when they've been married already for 2 years. He was roommates with Swalwell. Now, but I don't know anything. I never saw anything. With regards to his presidential, I agree with Christine. This was never the chance.
But he's been out floating that, right?
Sure,
I didn't make that up, right?
Iowa.
You don't go to Iowa for any other reason.
Or New Hampshire.
Exactly. But here's the other problem, all right? Goldwater, Udall, Babbitt, McCain. In 49 states, mothers tell their children, one day you could grow up and become president. But not mothers in Arizona.
Not here. Not here.
Wow.
Not a chance.
That's true. Paul,
what do you
think?
make of the scandal, boss?
First, I start with this. I don't know the facts and the details about Swalwell. I tend to err on the side of I'd rather know. Just the fact that somebody's accused of something isn't enough for me.
Fair.
Now, there's a lot of smoke here. I agree with that. There's a lot of smoke. I don't know Swalwell at all. I've never met him. I am a little more stunned by people continuing to say, boy, we've known about this forever, and it's been going on for a long time. And the answer is, well, if you've known about this forever, why wasn't somebody stepping up? Why was he getting support from people and
money?
And money. If that's true, that's more disturbing.
And if
to
people
me
knew
than
the secret,
accusation.
why didn't they just let the secret out?
But if I were happy about anything, there is something I'm happy about on this. I deeply worry with Donald Trump that character no longer matters. And this is evidence to me that it does. that character matters and that it should play a role and that morality should play a role. And that doesn't mean that we're all perfect. Of course, no one's perfect. But I had people who, like Reagan and others, who I could watch and listen and feel like that there was at least some moral base that they were coming from, which gave me a feeling of it being more stable.
And we got to leave it at that.
Seriously, thank you all so much for being here. Timothy, great first war room. Great job. Nice job. Appreciate it. Will you come back?
Absolutely.
Outstanding. I already know the answer for Christine Jones and for Paul Johnson. We appreciate you guys so much for being here. We also thank you all for listening, being a part of the show today. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. It takes a village. We've got our DJ Ali Alex in for you over there. Thank you very much. The First Lady of Outspoken, that's Miss Jules with producing our show. Of course, the Hall of Famer Becky Lynn with the news and information. And don't forget our buddy Enrique, don't call me Iglesias. He's got the traffic getting you home.
Arizona's Evening News is next. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
You know what scared Kathy more than surgery? Giving up her active life, turning down opportunities to do the things she loves.
I found myself saying, no, I don't want to do that because of pain. It was really limiting my activities in every way.
And then came the diagnosis.
You need 2 full knee replacements. I don't have time for a double knee replacement, and I don't like pain, so no.
But that's not how her story ends. She tried something different, QC Kinetics. It was cutting edge, but natural and much easier on her body, with thousands of patient success stories.
I went to QC Kinetics. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free, no pain. I feel fantastic. Too much life to live, and I want to stay in motion as long as I possibly can.
Don't let pain decide what you say yes or no to. Live your best life. They'll make sure of it at QC Kinetics, starting with a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare penalties, taxation on Social Security. It has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Tired of pool company gimmicks? Dolphin Pools is different. For 42 years, Arizona families have trusted Dolphin Pools. We're the Valley's #1 Google and Yelp rated pool builder, and now serving even more families with our new office in Surprise. Order today and swim this summer in the pool of your dreams. And with interest rates at their lowest in 3 years, there has never been a better time to start. Dolphin Pools, affordable luxury built to last. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Tombstone Tactical. This is a great resource for all of your firearms needs. For firearms, for ammunition, and for accessories. Great prices, knowledgeable staff, and excellent customer service. They have a 90-day same-as-cash program, a 90-day layaway program, depending on your financial situation, to take care of all of your needs. They are located north of Dunlap Road on the west side of the I-17, or you can always shop online right now at tombstonetactical.com.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Wednesday evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn, and tonight,
a change in non-payment disconnection policy from the state's largest utility provider. I'm Heidi Hommel.
Also tonight,
an Arizona Democrat says the president's fitness to lead should be monitored. I'm Ballin Overstoles.
These stories and much more coming right up after we check out the roads for you. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Chandler with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. Loop 202, Santan Freeway, westbound near Cooper Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp, Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, northbound near Dobbins Road, and Goodyear. Crash off right, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near Bullard Avenue. This report is brought to you by AMWA, from 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, right about 60 degrees. Tomorrow, increasingly cloudy with a high of 88 on the way. Right now in Goodyear, it's 82 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Arizona Public Service Company is shelling out a $7 million settlement following a consumer fraud investigation by the state attorney general's office.
APS customer Kate Corman had her power disconnected for non-payment in May 2024 when it was 99 degrees out. She was found dead in her home a week later.
APS will no longer disconnect power based on the date on the calendar alone. If temperatures are dangerous, the power stays on.
Attorney General Chris May says as a result of the settlement, APS will not turn the power off if it's 99 degrees or hotter. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And $800,000 of the settlement will be used for bill credits to eligible customers who are facing service termination. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs signed a bill into law during her bill moratorium.
SB 1503 will pay families of those who lose a first responder in the line of duty a one-time payment of $250,000. Hobbs says this bill and one adding supplemental funding for the Department of Public Safety are the only bills she will sign during a bill moratorium. She started vetoing all bills that came to her desk earlier this week, demanding the Republican legislature negotiates a balanced budget in good faith. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
A one-time Arizona Independent Party candidate for governor will actually remain on the ballot. A Maricopa County judge has now cleared the way for Hugh Lytle to continue his campaign. Lytle's candidacy was thrown into some question after a court ruled the name change from the No Labels Party to the Arizona Independent Party should not have been allowed to happen.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
An Arizona congressman is supporting the creation of an independent commission to oversee the president's fitness.
Several House Democrats have helped introduce legislation that would create the independent commission on the president's capacity under the 25th Amendment. Among them is Arizona U.S. Rep. Greg Stanton, who says this should be a permanent fixture in the government, but also targeted President Trump.
He's threatened to blow up an entire civilization and other behavior. It lends itself to a discussion about whether or not the 25th Amendment should apply. I think we should have a professional commission take a look at that.
That proposed commission would be made up of former executive branch officials and medical professionals who could call for the sitting VP to take over as acting president. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And KTAR has reached out to the White House for comment. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly's made Time Magazine's list of the 100 most influential people of 2026. In placing Kelly on the list, the magazine cites his strong opposition to President Trump, as well as discussion of him as a presidential candidate in 2028. On Wall Street today, the Dow was down by 72 points. It closed out the day at 48,463. NASDAQ up 376. S&P rose 55. And for more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
Over 80% of Arizona's rivers and streams, they're experiencing drought conditions, and there's no relief in sight. How do we know this? That's where Heidi Hommel, one of our KTAR News reporters, comes in. Heidi, good evening, and explain how we know that we're in drought in over 4 and 5 of our rivers and streams across the state.
Well, the USGS has this new tool. It's kind of like this AI stream flow drought monitor. So stream flow drought is when a river or a stream gets abnormally low for an extended period of time. So that's what it's measuring. And it does that by tracking a couple of different things. It takes weather forecasts, snowpack, soil moisture, and the USGS actually has gauges in a bunch of rivers throughout the U.S. So it uses those measurements, uses AI to compile all that data together and to tell us which rivers are in stream flow drought. So I think it said about 80% of Arizona's rivers are in stream flow drought. So not a good outlook. But the cool thing about this tool is that it can predict stream flow drought on a river or stream from 1 week out to 13 weeks out. So about 3 months or 90 days. So it's pretty advanced technology to be able to track drought with.
So what have you seen the tool? Do we know what it looks like?
It's online at usgs.com. You can go look at it. It's a free public tool. You can look at all of the U.S., different states, track rivers all across the country.
But it's all AI.
Yes.
Okay.
Compiling data, using AI to compile data. So
gotcha.
Real-time data. It kind of looks back, saying what has conditions been like, and then takes that, uses AI to see what's it going to look like about 3 months out.
Okay.
So how bad are things here in Arizona? I know you've said 80% of the rivers and streams are in drought, but there's varying degrees of drought too. Is it all the same? Are we all, severely in drought? Is it varying degrees? I don't expect you to go over every single river and stream, but when you looked at this report, did you get a sense for, hey, Arizona is in big trouble? We talk about Lake Mead a lot and how you can see just how low Lake Mead is at.
Yes.
Yeah, so the Colorado River was on there, and that's in stream flow drought right now. If you look at the whole of the map, there's a lot of red dots on the East Coast and in the South, so we're not alone.
So red is the worst?
Yes,
okay.
and being in drought. But when you look at it, I was kind of playing around with it. Yeah, 80% of our rivers, this is kind of the springtime when the snow's supposed to be melting and the rivers are supposed to be flowing. But then when I looked at the 13 weeks out, 3 months out, 90 days, it went up to 90%. 90% of our rivers.
It's not getting better. It's getting worse.
The outlook, the furthest out outlook looks like it's only going to get worse.
So we need rain, and we don't know. Remember, we talked to the National Weather Service guy last week, and he was talking about
Super El Nino.
Super El Nino, and it's like, well, it could bring us some more rain. Could not. We don't know, but it's there. So aside from rain, is there anything else that we, can help out our rivers and streams? We got to have water.
Yeah, rain would help. It's actually snowpack snow is what melts. Snowpack in the Rockies here in the Southwest, speaking, is what melts and feeds our rivers and streams into our reservoirs. So a little late for snow now. We're in the spring, and it's kind of all those things together. Like I said, it measures snowpack. It measures soil moisture. So rain would help because if the soil is more moist, then less. What's happening is that the little snow we did get this winter, it melted, and most of it was absorbed by the soil because the soil is so dry. So it's just kind of compounding, worsening. But conserve water on your own as much as you can. And, pray for rain, pray for snow.
This is not good news.
KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel right there. And no, it's not good news. I guess the good news, Becky Lynn, would be you mentioned the other day Flagstaff got a little bit of snow.
Oh, yeah, they reopened Snowbolt, but it was only for like 2 days. I think they opened it today, and then tomorrow they'll close again. It was just kind of like, oh, we got some snow. Let's ski, and that's probably all there's going to be.
That helps.
So every little bit helps. Not going to turn it down.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you.
Coming up in just a few moments, is rewarding kids to be at school the best way to end chronic absenteeism? Because we are struggling with that here in Arizona. That's on the way in just moments.
Experience The Ramsey Show live at the Mesa Arts Center with Rachel Cruz, Ken Coleman, and Jade Warshaw, April 21st. Enter to win your tickets and a Ramsey prize pack now on the contest page at KTAR.com. KTAR News Time, 6:09.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code STATION for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STATION for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's STATION.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Oil isn't the only resource hit hard by global events. American farmers are sounding the alarm by fertilizer prices at planting season. Will this disrupt our food supply? Raising prices cause shortages? I'm not waiting to find out, and neither should you. Go to mypatriotsupply.com, get a 3-month emergency food supply. They'll include $200 worth of extra survival protein absolutely free. After serving more than 3 million American families since 2008, you can trust mypatriotsupply.com. Go to mypatriotsupply.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75?
That's exactly right, Jim. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless, refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read reviews and schedule a free Zoom consult now at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com.
Life is way too short for a slow or a clogged drain, and nobody needs it turning into a bigger problem, right? So right now, get your drain cleared for just $26. Just $26 plus a free camera inspection from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Yep, they'll clear the blockage, look inside. We've had it done at Casa Calvisi, fast, affordable, just $26 right now by the experts at dayandnightair.com. That's right, schedule online, limited time offer, conditions apply at dayandnightair.com.
Hey, it's Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga.
Every year we hear too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take just 2 seconds to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free YMCA swim lessons while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
LaDonna here. The pandemic recovery saw you paying a whole lot more when you went to buy your stuff. And you know what? You haven't seen any real relief since. Find out why tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. And catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Streaming live on the KTAR YouTube channel right now. It's 6:13. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn.
You know, students in Arizona continue to be chronically absent. Who's responsible for keeping kids in class, and what are some new solutions to this? That's coming up in just moments. But first, let's check your ride home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane on the Loop 22 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 32nd Street, Phoenix again. Disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 22 South Mountain Freeway northbound at Dobbins Road, and Phoenix crash blocking the exit ramp. I-17 northbound at Thomas Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, we're expecting 60 degrees around most of the valley. Tomorrow, more clouds are on the way with a high expected near 88. Right now in Anthem, 77 degrees. Pretty nice. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand, stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. About a third of Arizona's K-12 students are absent more than 10% of the school year. In Arizona, a student who misses 18 of the 180 days in a school year is considered chronically absent. So, 180 days, quite a bit, but 18 of them, that's a lot of absences.
Yeah, that's more than 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Here to elaborate on the problem and explain what experts are trying to do to fix it is our Education Solutions reporter, Shira Tanzer. And good evening, Shira. How do the absenteeism numbers look for the students in Arizona schools?
Yeah, so according to the most recent data from the Helios Education Foundation, around 30% of high school and grades 1 through 8 students are chronically absent. To be more specific, it's around 34% of high school students and around 29% of students in grades 1 through 8 that are considered chronically absent. Like you said, that's about 10% of the school year, which only comes out to about 2 days a month.
Why are students missing so much school?
So it really depends on how you look at it. So a lot of it had to do with COVID. So the numbers kind of shot up during COVID. A lot more people were skipping school because it was online, and then that kind of carried over. Over the past few years, we've kind of gotten a little steady around the 1/3 area. But could be so many factors. I mean, first of all, you have disparities. Students who come from low-income households or from minority groups tend to be chronically absent more often. And then it comes down to, parents can't get the kids to school on time because of transportation issues or work or other things, or the student has other responsibilities. There are so many factors. So a large part of finding the solutions is really identifying why students at a specific school or in a specific district are chronically absent.
KTAR News Education Solutions reporter Shira Tanzer with us right now. And Shira, this has to be just a monumental problem. I mean, you outline it spanning all kinds of ages, it's spanning all kinds of racial backgrounds. So if we've got lots of ages, lots of racial backgrounds, all kinds of economic factors in play, what do the solutions look like then? How do you fix it if you've got lots of different people who fall in these buckets?
For sure. So I want to highlight 3 different districts who have made progress in their absenteeism rates before touching on future solutions. So first of all, I want to highlight Dysart School District. They actually have, for students grades 1 through 8, if you are considered chronically absent, you repeat the grade. Now, not a lot of school districts in the state do this.
That's true.
Dysart is one of the only ones. Has that helped their absenteeism rate? Yes, absolutely. Superintendent Horn has also spoke out in favor of having people repeat grades, but a lot of school districts aren't doing that and are still lowering rates in other ways. So for example, Chandler Unified dropped their rate by 6% over the course of 1 year. And a lot of what they did was just increasing attendance staff, so having people to communicate with parents, giving resources to parents about why it's important to be in school and also how to get help if they need help getting their kids to or from school. And then also just giving the parents access to their child's attendance records. A lot of parents, especially in the older grades, may not know how absent their child is. So giving them access to that data could help. So a lot of these school districts are specifically communicating with parents. Deer Valley Unified is another example. They have a new initiative called Everyday Counts this year that's really just working with parents to make sure they know how important it is. Now, another future solution is somewhat of a fun one. I spoke to a 5th grade teacher, Bailey Williams, from Legend Springs Elementary in Deer Valley, and she said that her class is a lot more motivated to be present in the classroom every day because they have an end-of-the-year field trip to Astro Camp in California, which sounds so cool.
Oh, wow.
And all these kids at the beginning of the school year have to sign a contract with them and their parents saying that they'll get good grades and keep up good attendance to be able to go on the trip. So that's at the end of the year. So it's tracked throughout the whole year to make sure their attendance is good and solid so they can go on this trip. And of course, everyone wants to go on the trip, so they're more motivated, they're more incentivized, they're talking about it at home, so their parents are hearing about how important it is to get them in school. So there are different ways to get kids in school that are outside of just communication with parents and threatening. You can make it fun, have incentivizations like field trips, like making band a place or sports a place where kids want to be. There are also ways for school districts to offer maybe school lunch for some of those students from low-income households. So you're helping the student while also getting them into school. So there's so many solutions that could be done. A few of the districts in the Valley have been doing a great job with that, and I think we will continue to see that number decrease.
I hope so. I love those ideas. Field trips. That's always an incentive that
and out of state one too.
And out
How
of
cool.
state one. That's right. That does sound cool, Cheryl. I want to go if they have any extra spots in there.
Astro camp for Becky Lynn.
Right. And then, but I do really think that's interesting that I think it was Chandler you said, and Deer Valley as well, where they just made more of an effort about reaching out to parents to help them. Are you having trouble getting your kid to school? Let us figure out a way to make this happen. Because honestly, I think that's become a big problem for a lot of parents. We've got school buses, but in some instances, the school buses aren't convenient anymore. We've lost school bus drivers, and routes have been changed.
For sure. And Arizona school choice, I think, has something to do with that as well. Because if you're sending your kid to a district outside of your home district, the bus route isn't going to pick them up. So you have to figure out how to get them. So while our school choice is great and you can pick wherever district, getting your kid there could be an extra difficulty that the district may be able to help with if you know how to get in contact with those resources. So giving those parents those resources to really make the decision themselves and know all of the options they have for help has been working.
Shira, you had a term for the folks in the schools who do this. Whose job is it to track the absentee rate in each school and reach out to the parents and make these calls? Who's actually doing that?
Yeah, so the individual schools and school districts do. It is on a school district level. The teacher that I spoke to actually talked how she dealt with it. She said she has a few students every year in her class that are chronically absent, and she makes an effort to, after the first few months when she sees that it's potentially a trend, she'll reach out to the parents personally herself, like the teacher, just to be like, hey, your child's maybe not here as much as they should be. How can we help? How can we get them in class so that they're learning? Because it doesn't only impact the students that are absent and they're learning, although obviously that's hard when you're missing lessons, but it also impacts everyone else. If you're in a group project and one of the people in your group is absent, that screws off, that screws the whole thing.
Yeah,
so
their job in the group project doesn't get done,
Yeah.
This has been, I think, a growing problem for a long time. I know it kind of got exacerbated during COVID, as you mentioned. Is it worse than it was during COVID?
We have not gotten back to pre-COVID levels, but we have dropped significantly from during COVID and the direct years after. So it really shot up during COVID and it's gotten a lot better. So it has decreased since COVID, but we're definitely not at pre-COVID rates yet.
KTAR News Education Solutions reporter Shira Tanzer. Thank you so much, Shira. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
And that's such a big deal, too, that Shira mentions at the end right there, Becky Lynn. It's not just the kids who are absent. Obviously, it affects them, their parents, obviously. In some cases, they're working a job. They're trying to help mom and dad because, maybe mom or dad is unemployed right now. But it also affects the kids who are actually showing up to school in many cases, too.
I do think it's interesting, though. That was a pretty high number for high school. And I think Shira's right. Sometimes parents don't know the kids aren't showing up.
In high school, I definitely think that's the case.
Off they go, and then they ditch. And
but
it's
if you're
like,
talking
what?
like 4th or 5th grade, mom and dad probably know. But
they probably know.
I've heard instances of people who I talk to around the valley. They say they drop their kid off. Kid might go to the first period of class and then just kind of disappear and go somewhere.
Right.
And mom and dad don't necessarily know, especially if it's a high schooler, someone who might have a car, could drive themselves to school.
Yeah, they go off and play video games at somebody else's house or something like that.
Oh, any number of factors.
Could be
sometimes
anything.
They're just they're depressed too,
and that's true too.
They need some help and they need to get their head back in the game and they need to sit down with someone who can help them out.
So coming up, do you have a favorite airline that you travel with? Well, what happens if two major companies merge? So there's rumors about that. Two big names you know. We're less than 5 minutes away for more on that story. We'll check traffic again as well. KTAR News Time is 6:23.
War with Iran.
The Pakistanis publicly urged both sides to return to the table before the ceasefire runs out in a week. John Carl asked the president whether J.D. Vance might again lead the U.S. delegation in the next round of talks. Could be, Trump said, seeming to sound uncertain, before quickly pivoting to talk about what a fantastic job the Pakistanis are doing as mediators.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code STATION for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STATION for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's STATION.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good evening. It's 6:25. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight, U.S. House Democrats have introduced legislation to limit presidential powers, and one Arizona congressman explains why he supports it. Also, West MEC opened a first-of-its-kind program in the country. What it's teaching middle and high schoolers might surprise you. That's coming up in just a moment. But first, checking the roads now. Once again, Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp, US 60 Superstation Freeway, eastbound near Power Road. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on Indian School Road and 51st Avenue. Phoenix again with a crash on 27th Avenue and Durango Street. This report is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. Get 15% off when you refresh your home with Arizona Painting Company. Text PAINT to 620-620 to learn more. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Thank you so much, Enrique. Tonight's low, 60 degrees with clear skies. Tomorrow, clouds are going to increasingly roll in throughout the day. Expect the high to be just south of 90. In Mesa right now, 80 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
APS has changed its disconnection policy for non-payment as a result of a $7 million settlement after a customer died from extreme heat in 2024. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays says APS has also agreed to fund a $1 million consumer assistance program with this settlement money.
With at least $800,000 going directly as bill credits to APS customers who are behind on their bills.
And going forward, APS will not turn off the power if it's 95 degrees or hotter outside. APS also is expanding its safety net program so customers can add an emergency contact to be notified if they're at risk of losing service.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
House Democrats have introduced legislation to create an independent commission to oversee the president's capacity to run the nation. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton says this should be a permanent fixture, but also says it's especially important amid President Trump's aggressive statements toward Iran.
The president consistently puts out public messaging, makes you question whether or not he's of sound mind right now.
It would be made up of former executive branch officials and medical professionals who could call for the sitting VP to take over. KTAR has reached out to the White House for comment.
Eyes on Education.
Trade School West MEC opened the first semiconductor clean room open to elementary and high school students in the country, working with local semiconductor companies like TSMC to teach kids how to build a chip in a sterile environment. It will prepare them for future career paths. This clean room will also be open to parents and teachers for opportunities to learn about the semiconductor industry. You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education.
Sorry, a little different than what when we got in school.
Oh, my goodness. Unbelievable, right?
Very cool. And, potentially preparing them for...
It's big, this chip building, yes. And
very
with
big out here, especially.
TSMC, with TSMC, practically a whole city up there.
Love to see it.
New tonight, the man convicted in the murder of Scottsdale woman Allison Feldman in 2015 is a step closer to learning his fate. Today, a jury found aggravating factors in the case, which means the death penalty is still a sentencing option, along with life in prison. This case marked the first in Arizona where familial DNA testing was used to identify a murder suspect. It triggered a years-long legal battle over whether DNA evidence could be presented to a jury. The Arizona Department of Transportation announcing a major milestone on the construction of the new US 60 bridge over Queen Creek east of the valley. ADOT's Garen Groff says the halfway mark comes after crews blasted and removed tons of rock and earth.
We've completed more than 60 blasting operations. We've hauled a lot of material away, and we're now starting to build the piers for the new Queen Creek Bridge.
This $44 million project started 2 years ago, and it will replace bridges on each side of the Queen Creek Tunnel near Superior. Groff says closures of the 60 will continue Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So if you do plan on driving in that area, be sure you check ADOT's website for closures and detours. That's az511.gov. And turning to sports now, it was a morning matchup in Baltimore, 10:30 a.m. for the Diamondbacks, and they won today's game 8-5. giving the Snakes a series sweep. They're going to take tomorrow off. They'll be back in action Friday when the Toronto Blue Jays come to town. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Well, the war in the Middle East means higher fuel prices for the airlines, and those oftentimes get passed on to us.
Oh, of course they do.
So now there's talk of a potential merger, though, between United and American. ABC's Christiane Cordero has more.
The merger was reportedly pitched by United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby during a meeting with President Trump back in February. That's according to Bloomberg and Reuters. Kirby reportedly argued that a combined airline would be a stronger competitor in the international market, pointing out that 2/3 of long-haul seats to and from the U.S. are currently on foreign airlines.
So how likely is it, though, that this mega merger would take place?
Industry insiders say the chances of a merger being approved are slim, with unions, rival airlines, and airports expected to oppose the idea. In the meantime, United and American Airlines are currently in a turf war at Chicago's busy O'Hare Airport. The FAA is now stepping in, which could lead to flights being cut.
ABC News' Gio Benitez with more on some of the big obstacles a deal like this could run into.
A deal this big would face immense hurdles, of course, from regulators. The FTC usually doesn't love less competition because that could sometimes lead to higher prices, but we don't know what this means in this case. But remember, President Trump has said that he likes big deals. Now, Scott Kirby has a long history with American. He was essentially pushed out several years ago when he became president of United, then CEO. He's in a fierce legal battle with American right now over a flight capacity over at O'Hare.
You know what this tells me, Becky Lynn? Bad news for the Valley.
Oh,
if
yeah,
If this
absolutely.
actually happened. Now, I don't think it's going to happen.
You don't think so?
No, it doesn't seem very likely from what I've read and heard from experts. But Sky Harbor's status as an American hub apparently could be on the chopping block. I saw this in Axios Local today in the Axios Phoenix edition. They said because United has a much larger and established hub in Denver, that this could really wreak some havoc here in Phoenix. Now, probably wouldn't affect current flights that are on the books, but 40%, I believe, is the number that I saw. 40% of the flights that go in and out of Sky Harbor are American Airlines flights.
Oh, and United much less.
Yeah, United, I think about 5%, 5 or 6%.
Yes, okay.
So if these two airlines merge, though, could Phoenix lose its hub status for American?
It sounds like it. And, you know,
and if they do that, there's not going to be 40% of American flights coming in and out of Sky Harbor. You know, maybe even if that number dropped 10%, if you work at Sky Harbor, you've got to be a little nervous.
Yeah.
If you're someone who cleans the planes, who
Right.
services them, gets the bags on and off, that you might be out of a job because there's just not going to be as many flights, most likely.
And not to mention just the lack of choices all of a sudden. You know, you lose two choices, price comparisons. Some people like United, some people like American. You've been loyal to one, and all of a sudden that's gone away. We all know, what happens when your choices go away and everything's under one umbrella.
Everything these days.
Prices go up. Yep.
Up. Always.
Absolutely. Well, I, for one, hope this does not happen. So coming up, Phoenix is going to vote on a policy that would restrict medical care to those who are experiencing homelessness. KTAR reporter Balin Overstolz did a ride-along to see exactly who it impacts firsthand. And that story is coming up in less than 5 minutes. We'll check traffic again as well. KTAR News Time is 6:36.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
For 42 years, Dolphin Pools has delivered affordable luxury, the kind of backyard paradise that turns every day into a vacation. And now, with our brand new surprise showroom, it's easier than ever to bring your dream to life. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's #1 rated pool builder on Google and Yelp, and we're Google guaranteed. Buy now and swim this summer in the pool of your dreams. The hot Arizona days are coming fast. Visit dolphinpools.us and build your paradise today.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble?
Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay, calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog Security Screens. With Bulldog Security Screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog Security Screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Head of the Fiesta Sports Foundation, Eric Moses, with a big event he's going to announce on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can listen on air, online, or on the app.
640, thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizinga here with Becky Lynn. Last year, the city of Tempe went around and around with the community about banning food services in parks for the unhoused. That issue still doesn't have a full resolution, and now the city of Phoenix is looking at something similar. They're looking at banning medical care in parks, and joining us now to explain more is KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstoles. Good evening, Bowen, and what is Phoenix proposing to do with its parks exactly here?
Yeah. As always, thanks for having me on, guys. So we are seeing action from Phoenix. This actually began last year in December. They approved what we're talking about, but they delayed enforcement out till June because there was a lot of community pushback. So pushback about what? Basically, the city of Phoenix is moving to restrict what began as medical treatment in Phoenix parks. They have also expanded that in an ordinance that will be voted on next month to include food distribution as well. So the city of Phoenix wants organizations that seek to provide medical care in parks. That can be things like hooking people up to IVs, that can be going out and providing bandaging for wounds, anything like that, as well as giving out food. They want organizations to be getting licenses and approved by the city to do this within City of Phoenix parks. And they would be, the current plan, which again will be voted on next month, so nothing's set in stone yet, is to basically allow 2 organizations to operate within a park per month. And we have seen it draw plenty of criticism from healthcare organizations and these organizations that are out often working with unhoused people in our streets and parks.
So, Balin, if these organizations get licensed, insured, and then they make a reservation or whatever, they're on the books to do it, who's going to be keeping track of which organizations are going to a certain park. I mean, you got to police that somehow.
Yeah, so this will be enforced through the City of Phoenix's Parks and Recreation Department. And we saw when this began last year, the city was really seeking to sort of straighten out some rules and really create more clear expectations for what is allowed in city parks. And this all goes back to, according to city leaders, concerns about needles and trash and discarded medical items and discarded food items within parks that community members have been reporting, according to members of the Phoenix City Council. So that's part of why they decided to move on this measure.
So when I see the word licensed and insured, Ballin, I just think money. So who issues these licenses in this case, and any idea what the cost is going to be?
Yeah, I mean, again, it goes back to the City of Phoenix's Parks and Recreation Department as far as, the actually okaying them to operate in a certain park. But yeah, for insurance, not exactly sure how many dollar amounts we're looking at, but, we are talking about legitimate medical organizations that are bringing out, they're checking your blood pressure, they can give medication, they're doing a lot of the things you'd expect in a regular medical checkup. So, likely high insurance potential costs there, because of this is happening in parks and
But
open
I would
air.
assume they're already insured.
Yeah.
A large group that's going to come out and do these kinds of things.
But are they
got to already be
insured to do it outside of their facility?
Well,
I would wonder.
if they're organizations that specifically serve the homeless, that is their facility, I would think.
Yeah, and I'll say too, I did ask Phoenix Councilwoman Ann O'Brien about some of the nitty-gritty on some of these policies, and it sounds like it is maybe a bit in flux still right now. She wasn't really clear on what the Phoenix Parks Department is exactly laying out, so that might be something that is, announced and discussed at this Phoenix City Council next month, so that might be what we have to wait to learn more about it. But yeah, I mean, in these changing rules, it doesn't seem like there's the most clarity at this point, and that is part of what the organizations that provide this care are worried about as well.
So you did a ride-along recently with Circle the City, and this is one of those where this is who I was thinking of. They're a bona fide organization that helps the homeless. That's their mission.
Yeah.
So they're set to go. It's not like somebody just goes, you know what, we should get a group of people together and cook hot dogs and head them out in the parks. That's who I think that there might be a little bit worried about, just somebody deciding to take it on. So that's where I see the licensed and insured. So when you went with Circle the City, what are they doing right now, and what would they have to do differently under this, if anything?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So the differences are they can't operate in parks. Obviously that's what we're talking about. But, that means if they see somebody maybe having heat distress in a city park, they wouldn't be able to, unless they've already been licensed and approved to operate in that park. But a little bit more on that in a second, too.
Depends on the park, though, too.
Depends on the park. And even then the rules, as far as I understand, still outline if they're approved, they can't actually go and help people on the green spaces. They would have to be moved into like the parking lot in order for them to start delivering medical care.
Oh, okay.
So, and that's what they're doing already. When I did this ride along, they will go to parks, they will go look for people, but they will be very clear to not even look like they're trying to give medical care in parks. If there is somebody who needs help, who wants a checkup, we were out when I did the ride along, there was an unhoused man who came up at Margaret T. Hance Park who had said he had been punched in the face. So he wanted the medical staff to look at him. They had to be very clear in that they were bringing him off the park property and onto a side street there. And then that's where they parked their vehicle and then began doing the checkup. So, on one hand, it sounds pretty minute, but it's really a matter of making sure if there are situations where critical care needs to be given, if somebody is in the middle of having a heat stroke, they want to be able to have the flexibility to make sure people are okay and make sure they can give life-saving care, potentially life-saving care on short notice.
We have someone's in the park and they're in cardiac arrest or whatever, and you need CPR. You can't pick them up and move them over to the parking lot before you start that. It needs to be done right there.
Yeah, and I will say, there is a stipulation where it doesn't apply to emergency situations.
Okay.
But again, where the organizations are worried is, where that call is made and is something going to be considered an emergency if they hook someone up to an IV and they feel fine. They're like, actually, you know what? It wasn't that bad, I think that's where a lot of the concern is the gray lines and what they can do confidently without knowing that they won't get in trouble.
KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstoles joins us. Big story from him coming tomorrow about some changes that could be coming to City of Phoenix parks and rendering aid to the unhoused, and also how they might receive food as well. Now, Bowen, you mentioned you spoke with City Councilwoman Ann O'Brien. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here. I got a glimpse at your story. You mentioned that she told you the homeless should be calling 911 for medical care. That just stunned me. Now, maybe I'm dense on this, but how many homeless people? I mean, you've went out and done a lot of stories. I'm sure some have cell phones. I'm sure they have a place to charge a phone. But if I'm homeless, what is the likelihood I can get to a phone and call 911 if I need medical aid? I can understand why these organizations like Circle the City do show up for a pre-scheduled or maybe just a random pop-in to a park as opposed to expecting a homeless person to be able to call 911 for help.
Yeah. When she told me that, I brought this up in the interview too, because what I wanted to also point out to her is when I was with Circle the City, they did call 911 because they were worried about a diabetic man and he refused care. So he refused to go to the hospital. So, Circle the City is going to be the ones that put that in their notes, and they're going to go find him the next day and make sure, he's alive and that he's okay. So I think there's a couple of things here. In the short term, unhoused person having heat stroke, I don't know, they can run to a phone or grab somebody and they can call 911. Sure. I mean, that is what Ann O'Brien is sort of advocating for. But one, we understand a lot of homeless people don't have phones. They might
it's
have
not
access
the
to a
90s.
phone.
There's not payphones everywhere like there used to be.
And cell phones cost money.
And two, when we're looking, extending this out a bit to say, hey, how do we make sure people on the streets live and can be protected from heat and the medical situations they already have? This is where I think that flexibility comes back into play, where Circle the City wants to know if they heard something really concerning the day before, they want to go check and make sure this person isn't having a severe medical episode. They may be losing some of that flexibility to go find that person, meet them where they are, and make sure they're okay.
One more question from me is that, for a lot of people that don't want to see these kind of things going on in parks, food handouts, medical treatment, it is, as you mentioned, they're worried about needles, which is a concern, and the trash and everything. But Circle the City says a change like this, moving to the parking lots or having to get the okay to be there twice a month or whatever, that's not going to solve this.
Yeah, I think every single story I've done in this area, when you're talking to an organization that deals in this space and you say, hey, the city wants you to stop doing X because there's a concern about cleanliness and public safety, pretty much the response you'll get every single time is that this restriction, saying we can't do this here, whether it's in a park, whether it's giving out food in a certain area, isn't really going to solve this problem. It always goes back to lack of housing and lack of shelter. And that's what Kim DePrey, the CEO of Circle the City, told me is, we are trained medical staff. We're actual doctors. We're not leaving needles. I mean, if you go to a doctor's office, they have specific ways to dispose of those things.
And they have like vans and trailers and things where they treat people. So they've got all of that in there. They're going to take care of that.
Yeah, and Kim DePrey was really trying to make clear that, telling us we can't deliver medical care in parks isn't going to get rid of needles and trash, because people are still going to be going to parks because they aren't getting into shelter, they aren't getting into housing and things like that. So for her, the concern really circles back to the broad point, which is that the city of Phoenix needs more shelter for people experiencing homelessness.
KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstoles. We're going to have more on this story tomorrow night. I know it's going to be up on KTAR.com tomorrow. You're going to have a tremendous amount of video. You're going to be able to hear about this all day tomorrow. We're going to talk some more about how this proposed plan would hamper Circle the City's nonprofit efforts. You mentioned the heat deaths as well, and that they have some concerns there that we could see our number of heat deaths rise again. And also we're going to talk about how you can get involved and how you can share your feedback with the City of Phoenix as well. That and more will all be coming up tomorrow with Bowen. Thank you so much.
Thanks, you guys.
Yeah. Let's get a check on traffic. Once again, here's Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the on-ramp. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Power Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 32nd Street. And a quick look into our surface streets. A crash involving a pedestrian on Indian School Road and 51st Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 60 degrees. Nice and comfortable for most of the valley. Tomorrow, a high near 88. Clouds are going to increasingly roll in. And right now in Phoenix, 79 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Coming up, music fans, good news. Arizona was among several states that won a major lawsuit on the national stage, and we are less than 5 minutes away from that story for you.
Want to see the D-backs take on the Blue Jays April 18th? Text KETEL to 620-620. That's KETEL for your chance to win a pair of tickets and be one of the first 20,000 fans to grab a Ketel Marte t-shirt. KTAR News Time, 6:52.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
Governor Katie Hobbs stepping up the pressure on Republicans to come up with a budget. Last week, she told Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos she was having a little trouble getting Republicans to negotiate. And yesterday, she said she'll veto nearly any bill that lands on her desk until Republicans engage in what she calls serious negotiations.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code STATION for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STATION for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's STATION.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Lights, camera, Allegro. Hi, I'm Jamie West. Friday, April 17th at 6:30, Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix presents an evening of cinematic magic with the Allegro String Quartet. Hear your favorite movie hits, from nostalgic classics to thrilling sci-fi blockbusters. It's free, so text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp on Arizona's Morning News Thursday. What the FBI is doing in Arizona to help solve Indian country cold cases and why so many Native American women vanish. Join LaDonna Harvey and me from 5 to 8 a.m. on KTAR's YouTube channel or in your car on 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I am Becky Lynn, and tonight a blow to Live Nation and Ticketmaster in court. A jury in New York found the company was monopolizing the ticket and concert industry and making it harder for competitors to enter the market. Here's more from ABC's Perry Rusum.
Live Nation owns, operates, and controls the booking for hundreds of venues, and then Ticketmaster is the group that sells tickets for the events. Live Nation was accused of crushing its competition by blocking venues from using other ticket sellers. Live Nation argued in court they are not a monopoly, saying the different performers and venues decide the prices, not them. But then last month, Live Nation and the federal government struck a deal, a surprise deal, that required the company to admit wrongdoing.
And Arizona was among the states that filed that lawsuit. Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari has officially filed articles of impeachment against Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. 12 others joined Ansari in sponsoring this move, which accuses Hegseth of violating his oath of office and his duty to the U.S. Constitution, specifically concerning the conflict with Iran.
Got a good news story to send us home happy?
I actually do. So let's see. You like frogs?
So I've never eaten a frog.
No, I didn't say. Did you want to eat a frog?
No, I know. I don't know. I guess I'm neutral on frogs.
I'm kind of neutral on frogs too, but they're kind of cute at a distance. In Warsaw, Poland, the Frog Patrol is in full swing. There are hundreds of volunteers that are out working in a forest to help amphibians survive their hop across a road during the season of froggy love. Yeah, tis the season. Thousands of toads and frogs are migrating to marshes looking for a mate. But there's a road that's been built across their route, and it's proving perilous. So these volunteers, hundreds of them, gather on rainy spring evenings to carry the frogs safely over the road. And so far, about 18,000 amphibians have been saved. But hang on, this frog ferrying is not just happening in Poland. It's going on worldwide because traffic has become a big problem for frogs. So there are volunteers helping out in a similar situation in Germany, France, Estonia, and right here in the United States.
Oh, my goodness.
Need a place to volunteer?